Everyone, and welcome to tonight's Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. We're going to stand for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can you call the roll, please? Sorry, I'm not hearing anything. Are we able to call the roll?
Mr. Altabe?
Mute yourself.
Folks, you need to take yourself off mute and we can move forward.
Mr. Altabe? Mr. Collins?
Present.
Urban agriculture.
Mr. Dominguez?
Present.
Mr. Gersten?
Here.
Mr. Parrish?
Here.
Mr. Badillo?
Here.
Mr. Ziegler? Mr. Porosov?
Here.
Mr. Mann?
Sorry, we're not hearing you, Mr. Mann.
Present.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Torrance?
Here.
And Chair Garavaglia?
Here.
And we have quorum.
Thank you. First off, welcome, Mr. Mann, to the board. We look forward to your contributions and thank you for your service to the city.
Well, thank you. I don't know if you remember, but we served together about 10 years ago on the previous PAB.
While back.
While back.
Long time. All right, does the city attorney want to give us the spiel, or do you want to go ahead and swear in city staff?
If we're ready to swear in, we can go ahead and take care of that first.
Okay, anybody who needs to be sworn in, can you turn on your cameras? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And before the city attorney speaks, do we have any requests for any waivers for absentee?
No, I didn't receive any.
And I just need to acknowledge that the alternative member is acting in his full capacity as a board member and will be able to vote on any items before us. So let's go ahead and read the statement from the attorney.
Okay, perfect. And I do want to state for the record that it appears that Mr. Altabe is here. I know when we called roll, it didn't seem that he acknowledged with audio, but
yes, I am here. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead with our legal statement that we've come to be familiar. I apologize. If I could just have one moment, please, because my computer is plugged in, but it appears that it's not registering, and it says I only have 10 minutes left. So let me just make sure that it's properly plugged in, so I don't lose you guys in the middle of my statement. Again, I apologize.
So while Amber is plugging her items in, I'm going to read my statement from the chair. Pursuant to Executive Order Number 20-69, issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis, as extended by Executive Order Number 20-193 on August 7, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having quorum of its members physically present or at any specific location, and by utilizing communications media technology such as telephonic or video conferencing as provided by Section 120-545B2 Florida statutes. As such, the members of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board are appearing remotely for this meeting. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the Assistant City Attorney shortly.
Okay, perfect. So I switched outlets and it's properly charging. So here we go. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the board concerning real property must disclose the requirements in writing pursuant to the city code. A copy of the city code section is available at the office of the city clerk or online at municode.com. The agenda and the materials for each item on the agenda for this virtual meeting was published and made available to the board in advance of the meeting. The materials are also available during business hours of the city clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the board through the chair and pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the board unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the governor of the state of Florida, members of the public wishing to provide public comment can do so by uploading a pre-recorded video or voice message, pre-register for a callback to provide live public comment, or submit public comment via the city's public comment forum. I'll provide more details in a moment, and more details can be found by visiting miamigov.com/virtualboards. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the board prior to any action taken. The city will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person at City Hall, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Such speakers will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any person exhibiting any symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the board acts on such proposition. When addressing the board, the member of the public must first state his or her name, address, and what item will be spoken about. When the board takes action or votes on any proposition, it shall do so by a roll call vote to be recorded and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the board for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, or services for this meeting may notify the hearing board's liaison. Please note that board members may have generally been briefed by city staff on items on today's agenda. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance as temporarily modified by emergency ordinance numbers 13902, 13903, and 13914. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, parties for any planning and zoning items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, and any qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either make arrangements with hearing boards to be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation, or may appear virtually and make individual arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Also pursuant to that ordinance, members of the general public are not required to be sworn in. Pursuant to Ordinance 13914, city staff may be sworn in by city hearing board staff or the city clerk for any planning, zoning, or quasi-judicial hearings remotely by audio-video communication technology from a location within the state of Florida, provided that city staff can be positively identified. The members of the board shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Staff will then briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring board approval or recommendation, the applicant will then present its application or request to the board. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the board may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The city requires anyone requesting action by the board to disclose before the hearing anything provided to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Regarding access to this virtual meeting, the City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its September 16th, 2020 virtual Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all the usual channels and avenues that are provided when a Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board meeting is held fully at City Hall. The meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV at miamigov.com/TV and on Comcast Channel 77 within the city. The broadcast will have closed captioning. It will also be broadcast on YouTube. Additionally, the city has selected a virtual platform that does not require the public to purchase or download any additional software or equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and that the participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. In regard to public comment for the virtual meeting, the city has developed several new methods of ensuring public comment for a virtual meeting. It established 4 new options. The first new option allows the public to provide public comment via the city's dedicated public comment voicemail by calling 305-250-5352, where individuals can leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual board meeting. The second new option allows for the public to submit a 2-minute video to be played during the virtual board meeting. The third new option allows the public to submit comments via the city's online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed to the board members and city administration throughout the day so that board members can consider them prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the board members up until the chair closes public comment. The fourth new option allows the public to pre-register online by calling 305-250-5354 to provide live public comment by phone during the virtual board meeting. For all of these 4 new options, all the comments received will be included in the public record of the meeting. The city created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments using these options. Those instructions were provided in the notice to the public and published online at miamigov.com/virtualboards. Additionally, like any other Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board meeting, the public may provide public comment at City Hall. The city set up a terminal in the event members of the public travel to City Hall to provide public comment. However, as previously mentioned, due to COVID-19, all speakers desiring to appear in person will be subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19, and any person exhibiting any symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall, but will be able to participate through other remote options described above. These 5 public comment options established and provided for the virtual Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board comply with Section 286.0114 and Section 120.54 of the Florida statutes. The city published an agenda as well as included in the notice to the public pursuant to City Code. the items and topics that will be discussed at the virtual Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board meeting. Additionally, the public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting, which is at City Hall and the online public comment form, and within reasonable proximity and time before and during the meeting via the public comment voicemail, online public comment forum, the public comment video upload, and the live public comment by phone. Moreover, Section 286.0114, subsection 4C of the Florida statutes specifically authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its 5 public comment options, has provided 5 different procedures and forms to indicate support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed. The city provided information on how to submit the comments in the public notice and on a dedicated webpage. Board members, are you comfortable with the notice provisions set forth and these uniform rules of procedure we've established for this virtual meeting?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more item to read that the city's asked me to say a few words regarding the importance of the 2020 census. Time is running out fast. The census is our chance to secure tens of millions of federal dollars to support important public projects and programs right here in the city. Money for affordable housing, local schools and hospitals, road improvements, and more. The deadline to complete your census form is September 30th, so there's no time to waste. The good news is that completing your census form is quick, secure, and easy. You can participate in one of 3 simple ways. Complete the paper form that was mailed to your home, complete the form online at 2020census.gov, or call 844-330-2020. It only takes 5 minutes, but will have an impact on our Miami community for the next decade. Please do your part today and complete the 2020 census. Thank you. Do we have any minutes to approve?
No, we don't have any.
Okay.
We do have 3 people in the lobby for public comment.
Okay, let's just see if we're going to have any changes to tonight's agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if I may, I'm not quite sure. I may have missed it. I know we have members of the Net office in attendance, and I wasn't quite sure if they were sworn in with the rest of staff. If possible, I would like them to be able to be sworn in at the beginning of the meeting so they can participate if you have questions of them.
Sure. I mean, they'll have to acknowledge whether they were sworn in or not. We did do a swearing in at the beginning of the meeting.
Correct.
And while they're figuring out how to respond, I just want to acknowledge Mr. Ziegler is in attendance. Aaron, can you hear us? We can't hear you, but we're acknowledging your presence.
We're unmuted.
All right, do we need to swear in the Net personnel? I haven't heard any of them respond.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, and you are?
Yes, hi, Brandis Howard, Overtown Net Administrator.
Okay, were you sworn in the beginning?
No, sir.
Okay, is there anyone else that will need to be sworn in at this time from staff?
My video was not on, so I will swear in too.
Okay, let's go ahead and swear these 2 folks in.
Okay, anybody who needs to be sworn in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go back to any adjustments to tonight's agenda.
Will the presenters be sworn in now as well, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, you're very, very faint. I can barely hear you. Now I can't hear you at all.
I'm trying to read the agenda.
We cannot hear you, Ms. Esquera.
Do you hear me better now?
All right, do we need to swear her in?
If she wants to speak on her item now, we can go ahead and swear her in at this moment. But we do need to be able to hear her.
All right, Ms. Esquera, we'll come back to you and swear you in when you're ready to speak. Maybe you can work on your audio.
Right, because I think she wants to request a deferral.
Okay, so we need to hear you.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your. Please enter the meet.
Ms. Esquera, are you making an attempt to connect?
Will be muted throughout the meeting.
All right, so we're going to have to keep moving forward. So are there any other changes to tonight's agenda?
So to be clear, Chair, PZ2, which I believe Ms. Esquera is on, has an ongoing enforcement procedure. So under the Miami 21 provision, no approvals can be granted while there's an ongoing code enforcement procedure. So I'm sure she has something to say in regard to that and in regard to the rescheduling of it. But I just wanted to put that on your radar.
So PZAB is withdrawn and will come back to us when it's when we're ready.
Well, not withdrawn, but
It's not
I
properly.
guess we can.
It's not properly before us. So how would you like me to handle it?
Right, but when we say withdrawal, it's usually a withdrawal of the application, which wouldn't be the case here.
Well,
We can come back to it. I see she wants to speak. We can come back to it, but if we get to that item, we should
why don't you hold
skip
up,
over it
hold
if
up
she's not available.
with your fingers the month and day you want it deferred to?
Right, are you able to hear me now? I logged
Yes.
in through a different computer.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, everyone. If that item actually has a code enforcement item, if we can please be deferred to the October 7th meeting, we should have it resolved by then. It's item number 2.
Is there anyone with any public comments or anyone at City Hall who has any comments regarding this deferral or this request of deferral to October 7th?
No.
No. All right. Can I get a motion?
Motion to defer.
So a motion to defer by Mr. Mann, seconded by Vice Chair. All those in favor say aye to October 7th.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, October 7th.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Aaron just called me and said we can see him, but he can't get his audio on for some reason, and he's wondering if it's something that they can do from city's end.
Can you say anything, Mr. Ziegler? No, so we can't hear him. So that's
I'll let him know that he's still muted.
still muted. All right, is there any other changes to tonight's agenda? All right, let's go ahead and hear the first item, please.
PZAB 1, file ID 7666, a resolution of the Miami Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board with attachments recommending approval with conditions to the Miami City Commission of a partial release of a declaration of restrictive covenants in a form acceptable to the city attorney for the properties located at approximately 460, 500, and 520 Northeast 82nd Terrace, 505, 439, 437, 433, and 421 Northeast 82nd Street.
Maybe I've had a little procedural error, but I want to take any public comment that we have at City Hall for any item so that we can make sure we can clear out anyone who wants to vacate City Hall. So do we have it at City Hall?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm just here to give public comment about the discussion topic about urban farming. My name is Tiffany Noe. I live at 1040 Northeast 119th Street. I'm an owner of Little River Cooperative. It's an urban farm, and I'm speaking also on behalf of the South Florida chapter of the National Young Farmers Coalition. I'm here giving comment in person so that I could skip to the front of the line to prep the following comments that are going to be given by other members of the urban farming community. I just want to thank Deputy Director Jeremy Gauger for his presentation during the last meeting and for following up and having open conversations with a number of us. And I'd like to thank the board members for being so open to our contributions and for taking the time to engage in dialogue with us over this topic. Thanks for keeping an open mind and welcoming our comments and ideas. We're excited to imagine a future Miami where urban farming is not just allowed, but encouraged. We urban farming enthusiasts don't want to keep you all past bedtime like last time, so we decided to share just a few responses to some of the specific concerns and questions brought up during the last meeting, and also speak to some of the key positives we see to urban farming while keeping it as brief as possible. We're excited to continue this conversation with the board, the planning department, and the city, and we'd like to ask that you consider voting today to make this a formal directive to guarantee that the good work we've all started together can continue in earnest. There's a common joke amongst Miami residents that pokes fun of our city for being 10 years behind on pretty much every trend. And we can't help but take some comfort in that idea, in that it means we might now just be ready here. Let's join Detroit, Portland, New York, LA, Austin, Boston, Atlanta, Cleveland, Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, Baltimore, Milwaukee, Albuquerque, and Orlando, all of whom passed urban agriculture zoning ordinances give or take 10 years ago. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Lynette Sobel, Dr. Lynette Sobel. I am also speaking on the Urban Farm Initiative, and I live at 428 Collins Avenue, Apartment 8, Miami Beach, Florida. I am a plant doctor from the University of Florida. I also operate the only earthworm composting farm in South Florida at the moment. When I went to grad school, I wasn't necessarily intending on coming back to worm farming, which is what I used to do. But what I realized was that healthy soil is the basis of healthy plants. We need healthy soil in order to have healthy plants. Plants have defenses to protect themselves against fungal, insect, bacterial invaders as long as they have healthy soil to create those defenses. Any good farmer knows this and are good stewards of the soil because they know that having healthy soil is imperative to having healthy, productive plants with high yields. Here in South Florida, we do not have very good soil, and urban soils are typically contaminated. So most farmers will make their own by composting and or bringing in good soil from elsewhere and plant in pots and raised beds. I think it's important to allow composting in urban farms, and I want you to know that done properly, number one, it's not rocket science, but done properly, there should be no issues with smells of vermin. Where we have our facility, we're surrounded by $1 million houses and we've never had an issue. Compost is also used to remediate brownfields. So long after an urban farm is no longer operating, the soil that they leave should be much better than what was originally there. Also, while all the urban farmers I've ever known have grown organically, even if farmers use conventional fertilizers, I want everyone to know that farmers consider this a business, and they know that fertilizers are a cost item and are typically very cautious about how they use the fertilizers because they want to maximize their bottom line. I find homeowners contribute much more to nutrient runoff than farmers. That said, organic fertilizers do not easily leach off into our waterways and therefore stay on the land where they belong. All in all, I believe urban farms are a huge asset to society as well in the environment, and I encourage the city of Miami to incorporate these initiatives in their code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris French, and I'm speaking on the Urban Agriculture Initiative. I live at 1040 Northeast 119th Street. I've been a small-scale organic vegetable farmer in Miami for 7 years now. And I also use my background in mechanical engineering to build gardens and small farms for others all over town. I've designed and built school gardens, rooftop gardens, plant nurseries, community gardens. Some of those are in urban areas, some in suburban areas. And so I thought it might be useful for today for me to give you a quick, very quick overview of the infrastructure needed for a successful and productive urban veggie farm. So first I'll determine what I want to grow and who I can sell it to, sort of a business model. I focused on quick growing salad greens and things like radishes and beans to basically maximize my yield in a small amount of space and a small amount of time. After that, sort of businessy stuff, I would try to find suitable land. The University of Florida can test my soil and water samples for heavy metals and other toxins. And seeing as how I might not have the money to do environmental remediation, I probably would not pick a contaminated site, or I would grow above ground. Once I choose a big, good plot of land, I set about installing low impact infrastructure. I'd get a permit to put in a well or hook up to electrical, and then maybe run that to a shipping container. Shipping containers are great for storage, to store our tools, and also it's a great place to put all our stuff in case of a hurricane because they're virtually hurricane proof. Security can be provided by a fence. Not that I've never seen anybody steal vegetables, but in lieu of a fence, there could also be a hedge, which can act as a windbreak, provide habitat for beneficial insects, and a place for biodiversity to thrive. We also address the hydrology of the site and make sure that if any stormwater or irrigation water can infiltrate on site and not contribute to the Biscayne Bay's problems. Once the vegetables are grown, they'll be harvested and washed and packed up to agricultural standards and put into a mobile cool storage. A small structure can be purchased from a hoop house manufacturer and erected as a greenhouse for growing seedlings. And these are engineered to be sturdy and safe, but also can be taken down very quickly in a hurricane. Time is up, so I just want to say that farmers design small spaces like urban farms to be environmentally responsible, low impact, biologically diverse, community positive, efficient, and hopefully profitable. And they're very low overhead on purpose, making them particularly good fit for vacant land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else at City Hall?
No, but we have callers waiting and videos to play.
Okay, let's take care of the live callers, please.
Phone operator 2, please go ahead. Hello, you are live with the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairwoman, and esteemed board members. My name is Albert Garcia. I'm the chairman and co-founder of the Wynwood Business Improvement District, located at 50 Northwest 24th Street in Miami, Florida. I'm speaking to you today as the elected representative of over 400 commercial property and business owners that comprise our 50 city block Wynwood Arts District to underscore our community's collective support for PZAB agenda items 4 and 5. As you know, Wynwood is recognized globally as one of the most prominent creative communities in North America. We're also home to one of the largest collections of public street art murals in the world. In 2015, I had the pleasure of presenting before this board alongside the City Planning Department to present a first of its kind neighborhood revitalization district plan for Wynwood. It set forth new zoning regulations that encourage new mixed-use residential and office developments. It also created dedicated funding for neighborhood improvements and promoted pedestrian-focused streets, as well as policies to preserve the area's unique artistic and industrial character. This board endorsed that plan unanimously, and since then, Wynwood's revitalization efforts have resulted in over 7,000 new jobs, over 5 million annual visitors, and over $1.5 billion in local investment and spending that supports the South Florida economy. Tonight, we're excited to join the Planning Department once again in presenting the next iteration of our NRD1 plan. It consists of a new Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan to encourage right-of-way enhancements beyond standard requirements to roadway conditions that are specific to resiliency and green infrastructure needs, as well as the neighborhood's characteristic and identity. City staff has made arrangements so that I may remain available to you this evening should you have any questions following the item's presentation. But in the meantime, I'd like to thank each of you and your predecessors on this board, as well as to the City Planning Department, administration, and our City Commission for their steadfast support of Wynwood. Thank you.
Phone operator 1, you're live.
Sir, go ahead. You're online with the board.
I am?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I hear someone speaking right now.
No, sir. Just please lower your TV and you'll be able to you'll be able to speak to them so that we don't get any feedback, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Chairman and board members. My name is Lance Person, and I'm the owner of several properties in the Wynwood area. And I'm calling in full support of the PZAP item number 5, the amendment under the NRD1. As a property owner, who owns several small properties since June of 2015, allowing for the ability now to have a 50% increase in bonus density is extremely important and will allow me to develop and go vertical on projects and then to make the numbers work. I also believe that the density bonus and the portability of density will truly fast track and allow other property owners to move forward on projects that may not have penciled out previously. So again, I'm full support of PZAP number 5, and I hope it is approved. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Those are all the live callers for this evening.
All right, do we have any recorded comments?
Yes, sir. 1 minute, please.
Actually, we have 2 more, please. I have my hand raised.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You're on live with the board, please.
Thanks so much. Good evening, PZAP board. My name is Dr. David Polinsky, 1040 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I, like Albert Garcia, I'm one of the co-founders of the Wynwood Business Improvement District. And I'd like to speak in support of PZAP 4 and PZAP number 5. The legislation you're reviewing today from Wynwood, PZAP 5, and in Miami 21 generally, PZAP 4, is the culmination of over 5 years of collaboration between city staff, the Wynwood bid, and a wide variety of community members. It is in essence the reason that the NRD was brought into existence 5 years ago. That is to create streets, sidewalks, and trees, a public realm, all in the public realm environment like no other place in the city. The Streetscape Master Plan, designed by Arquitectonica Geo, lays out a vision and a set of guidelines towards this goal. But this vision is, of course, quite expensive. And so we needed a parallel and concurrent set of amendments to the NRD to incentivize and in some cases require private developer contributions to help pay for these improvements. And as well in these amendments, there are additional relaxations which further the goal of creating Miami's most walkable and arts-driven neighborhood. With the help of planning staff and nearly a dozen meetings on the various topics, we've crafted these guidelines so that for every relaxation, there's a clear public benefit contributing to affordable housing, streetscape improvements, sustainability, micro mobility, and more. In short, I'm proud to support this impressive legislative package, very proud of the city and of the bid for putting it together, and hope that you'll be able to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone operator 1. Phone operator 1, your microphone is muted.
My apologies. This was the last caller. We have no more live callers.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and listen to the pre-recorded comments. At the moment, we're not hearing anything.
Beatrice, do you know if somebody's working on the videos? Is that Net that's going to be playing them, or?
Give me 1 second.
We hear something faintly playing.
We're certainly not able to understand what he's playing. Is someone able to get in touch with the host and I'm still unable to understand. I'm not sure if I'm
We may just want to give them a couple more seconds to adjust whatever happening.
Okay, are they aware that they're not being able to be heard clearly?
Yes, I'm letting her know.
Okay. Madam Attorney, is there any direction for us if these comments are unable to be heard? In terms of moving?
Hi, my name is Sam Chileron. I live at 444 Northeast 130th Street in North Miami, and I operate a small farm in one of the county's unincorporated neighborhoods. I wanted to, this message is for the upcoming PZAB meeting on September 16th with respect to the development of language or potential language for urban agriculture zoning. And specifically, I wanted to address the issue of noise pollution and whether noise pollution is an issue with urban farming. When we think of farms, we do tend to think of big machinery such as tractors and their implements. However, most urban farms are operating on an acre or less, and in that setting, the most energy intensive tool that's used is actually a rototiller. And rototillers are no bigger than lawnmowers, and they make about the same amount of noise as a lawnmower. And furthermore, most urban farmers are only using these machines to prepare the soil at the beginning of the season, and in the middle of the season are relying mostly on hand tools like this scuffle hoe. Urban farming tends to be more labor intensive, and using human labor and muscle power as opposed to fossil fuels. And so it has the potential to create a lot of green jobs. Not only does it take a lot of people to work the soil and plant the crops, but it is also a lot of effort to harvest, wash, and pack the crops as well. So I hope that gives you guys some more to work with in terms of the impact, the industrial impact of urban farming. Thank you so much for your time.
Diana Perez. I live at 444 Northeast 130th Street, and this is a recording for the PZAD meeting on September 16th. Thank you for bringing this topic back up. We're excited to have this dialogue with you. Urban ag in our zoning language would encourage the onset of responsible urban ag businesses, which bring with them employment in the sustainability sector, ecosystem services surpassing any monetary value, and increased access for the residents of this city to a more responsible food chain. Our neighbors in Orlando have set a public goal to have 1,000 urban ag plots by 2040. They even have a program called Grow a Lot, where they are encouraging the use of vacant lots as urban farms and community gardens. They have seen that by increasing the amount of local food produced in their city, they will be able to reduce their overall GHG emissions, and more residents will have access to more nutritious food. LA has gone even further, not just allowing urban ag projects, but encouraging them through tax incentives. If a landowner houses an agricultural project on their land for a minimum of 5 years, they are eligible for ag tax rates on that land for the duration of the project. The land tool developed by shows that there are around 11,500 acres of vacant land owned by both Miami-Dade County and the City of Miami. Not all of them would be viable locations for urban ag projects, but urban farms can be extremely productive on little land. Brooklyn Grange, an urban farm in New York City, produces over 100,000 pounds of fresh food annually on a little under 6 acres. The last urban farm I want to mention is Bonton Farms in Dallas, the largest urban farm in the U.S. They started it to empower individuals in an underserved neighborhood, and after seeing the positive effects it had on local residents, the city incorporated urban ag into their zoning. The neighborhood is expected to normalize in health and economy within 20 years. This farm now brings 18,000 visitors annually, creating a revenue from which the city also makes money from. Urban ag really does have the power to bring meaningful change to our local communities. Other cities have seen its value and potential, and we certainly hope you do too. Our livelihoods depend on it.
Hi, my name is Moses Casham. I'm 30 years old. I live at 1235 Northwest 128th Street, North Miami, Florida. I've been farming professionally in Miami-Dade County since 2016, and I'm able to do that because I utilize vacant urban lots. I sell most, if not all of my produce to Whole Foods Market, and I was able to do that because I became local GAP certified, and GAP stands for Good Agricultural Practices, and that enabled me to get into stores. As a small farmer in an urban area, I encountered really no issues getting GAP certified, and it did not matter the size of my operation or that I was in an urban area that was right next to a highway or right next to a school. It presented really no issue. There's so many resources like FDACS and IFAS that have thorough food, health, and safety guidelines that were easy to follow. And due to that, I believe that making urban agriculture part of zoning verbiage should really result in no additional food or health safety concerns. And furthermore, Whole Foods Market and Amazon value my relationship because I farm in a decentralized way, away from other farms, which results in less risk for the consumer.
Hello. This comment is regarding the urban agriculture zoning issue. My name is Martina Gonzalez. My zip code is 33165. I'm a farmer in Homestead, feeding over 60 families on 1/8 of an acre. My comment is in regards to raised concern of how urban farming could lead to unwanted odors and pests. Assuming that conventional farming practices whose use of chemicals cause noxious odors would not be prohibited in urban farming, the only possible cause for odor in natural farming would be improper management of waste. Naturally, farmers want to save their organic debris that's generated on the land and turn it into nutrients via composting. When done correctly, composting is not smelly or messy and does not attract rodents. Here on our farm, we use tarps. We turn it often. We add probiotics to reduce the smell, and we don't have a rodent problem. Placing food waste in worm bins is also another non-odorous way of turning waste into nutrients. If compost odors are a concern, policies can be written that can ensure responsible waste management, requiring potential lessees to demonstrate at least 1 year of farming experience, specifying that compost or debris piles be out of sight, hidden behind fences, tarped, mulched, mandating certain compost practices, techniques, or even education on proper ways of composting. Additionally, farmers lose money when they have pest issues. So we aren't just ecologically, but economically driven to manage our pests in our fields. If our farm is full of pests, they eat the produce. We don't make any money because there's no produce to sell. So it's in our benefit to manage our pest issues. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Ernesto Morales. I live at 1500 Northeast Miami Place. I've been a resident of the area now for 7 years. I used to live on 22nd Street. Then I moved to 14th Street and Biscayne Boulevard. And now I'm at 1500 Northeast Miami Place. I fully support the project. I fully support Island Bay, what the developer is actually proposing. I think it's great for the area. As a matter of fact, my office is still on 22nd Street, and I know exactly what they're doing, and I think it's brilliant. The addition to a park, the Baywalk. I'm extremely excited for the Baywalk. The access point to Northeast 23rd Street. I think it's simply great. Another feature is safety. Right now, the area it's kind of dark. The sidewalks are very narrow. So by the time this project is going to be finished, obviously we're gonna have lighting, street lighting. We're gonna have people. We're gonna have way more people, and that makes the area way safer than what it is right now. So with that said, I want to repeat that I fully endorse and support what the developer is proposing for the area, and hopefully you guys will too. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lisandra Nunez. I'm here to support the proposed street closure for the Island Bay project. I have lived the area for the past 7 years. I actually work here as well. And I think it's something that is gonna improve the neighborhood. It's something that us as residents will be able to enjoy. The new access point that this project is creating to Northeast 23rd Street, it's great. And they're gonna do new sidewalks, they're gonna put new lights, and it's something that is gonna make the area safer and more welcoming. If you walk the area right now, there's pretty much nothing. There's trash, there's no light, and you don't really feel safe walking the area at the moment. So as a mom, I know how important it is to have areas in Edgewater like this one, something that you will be able to enjoy. And I'm really excited about the Baywalk, that you will be able to bike, you'll be able to walk, enjoy with your family and friends. So I fully support the project, and I hope you guys approve it. Thank you.
Jessica Goldman Srebnick, 2214 Northwest First Place in Miami. I'm calling regarding item PZ.5 and file ID number 7787. My name is Jessica Goldman Srebnick, and I'm the CEO of Goldman Properties, one of the original developers of Wynwood, and deeply involved in the continued evolution of our community as a world-class destination. I'm calling to voice my very strong support of item PZ.5 for approval of the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan and related NRD1 amendments. It has been a collaborative effort with strong leadership from the Wynwood bid and has received overwhelming support from the community. We must invest in the future growth of Wynwood. Approving of this plan is critical to that growth. I thank you very much for your consideration.
My name is Maria Cuesta, and I live in 250 Northeast 25th Street. I have reviewed the project for Island Bay, and I really am excited for this initiative. As of right now, the very short walk from 25th Street to the Bay is unenjoyable for many reasons. There is no light. There really isn't any attractive view. And more importantly, it's not secure. I believe that this project would greatly improve the environment, and it will improve the community. And it plans to build on a piece of land which of right now is bare, bleak, and desolate. So it would create a more enjoyable aspect for all that live around it. I'm absolutely looking forward to the inclusion of the boardwalk near the water. I am looking forward to the connection to the nearby park, as well as the beautiful scenes that we will have and the safety that will come with it. I support closing Northeast 5th, 6th, and 7th Avenues, as well as the dead-end portions of 23rd Terrace and 24th Street, especially if it means that this can be built. Once again, I wholeheartedly support this project, and I ask the City of Miami to please approve the application. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Muriel Oliveris. I'm part owner of Little River Cooperative, an urban farm in Miami since 2010. My address is 8290 Northeast 4th Ave. I want to talk about how urban farms can create really good jobs and also create future farmers. So urban farms are valuable to our community for exposing people to the idea of farming. Being in the urban core means being accessible, which means a lot of people can experience and see what it looks like to grow food. Urban farms pique the interest of people who might otherwise never have the opportunity to follow a path towards agriculture. Today, it is a known fact that the number of farmers in this country, particularly young farmers, has been drastically declining. Therefore, simply inspiring people to get involved with agriculture is vital in securing the future of our food system. Over the years, our company has become a financially sustainable business, and we're now providing jobs for people in our community. And we feel that there's a lot of potential for other urban farms in Miami who can also provide good jobs. In fact, for example, we just put out a call for 4 openings and got well over 100 applications. To us, this is a sign that there's a need for job opportunities, but more importantly, that people are seeking urban farming jobs. To quote some of the things people said in their applications, having the opportunity to learn urban farming, sustainability, and its positive effects on our planet, myself, and my family would be a perfect complement to my personal development. Someone else said, working with plants and learning about them hands-on and helping my community is exactly the place I want to be. Someone else, there is immense value in connecting people to the natural world through simple acts like growing food and gardening. I think it is especially useful for teaching younger audiences about life.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia del Aguila, my zip code is 33165, and I am commenting on urban agriculture today. What I want to talk about is nutrient density and the lowering of food miles. The longer that fresh produce is spent stored, the more depleted it is of its minerals. The reason for that is that as soon as it is picked, harvested, cut, it begins to decompose. Its enzymes start to eat itself. And yet we find produce from California in the store that's over 2,800 miles traveled. That is a long time that produce is spent just losing its minerals, vitamins, and nutrients. Another thing that happens when produce travels this far is that it gets gassed with chemicals. It gets gassed with chemicals because it was harvested green also, so it preserves its freshness, quote unquote. This may lead to allergies for some people, and it might be hard for them to figure out why they have certain allergies to these things. Example of that is tomatoes, oranges, and bananas. So when local produce is picked, it's actually picked at its optimal ripeness. The delivery trucks coming from California and places like that also contribute to sea level rise, noise pollution, and air pollution. Urban farms have a more concentrated economy. They have nutrient-dense food and farmer-to-customer relationships, and a cleaner environment. Urban farms can harness organic growers to focus on a healthy community, and that's what it's all about. I want people to be healthy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Zapp. My address is 7145 Northwest First Court, Miami, Florida 33150. And I'd just like to thank the board for giving us this opportunity to speak on behalf of our organization, the Center for Subtropical Affairs. We are engaged in urban farming in the city of Miami, and we would like to talk a little bit about some of the more esoteric elements of farming that you might not hear from some of the other speakers. One of which is our lab here, which is a DIY mushroom laboratory for growing medicinal and culinary food mushrooms. This is my partner Josh here, who went to Biotech High School down in Richmond Heights, a magnet school. We met at Fairchild Tropical Botanic Garden working in the lab of the Million Orchid Project. This is basically a HEPA filter DIY flow hood made out of a wood box and a car auto filter. It's something that pretty much anyone can build in their garage. This is an extractor that is now extracting medicinal compounds from mushrooms. What we've managed to do here is create a laboratory environment where we can teach lab skills to students and create cottage industries based on the same fundamental biological laboratory techniques that are used in biotech pharmaceuticals. This is on-the-job training for students that has financially remunerative outlets in urban agriculture in our community that is somewhat reliant on working outdoors with some of the subtropical mushrooms that we're using these lab techniques to grow. But it's also a way to create industry and innovation and teach people these valuable skills that can lead to jobs that will increase Miami's profile as an innovative city and also increase our tax base by creating products that we can grow and ship and sell and create jobs. And with that, I just want to thank you for your time. And Josh here, when I met him, was 16 years old. He's now 19. He's my business partner. He'll be a tax-paying citizen as of this year when we get open. The jobs are real in there, and it's something that we can be doing right now in the city with a little bit of help from the board. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Art Friedrich. I live in Miami, Florida, and I'm the Executive Director of Urban Oasis Project, a nonprofit based in Miami and serving Miami-Dade County that is creating a local food movement that is accessible and available to everybody. As part of what we do, we run farmers markets. And to run farmers markets, we need small farmers that are set up to come to farmers markets. This has been a real challenge because so many of the people that want to start farms and run farms here in Miami run into the roadblock of land being inaccessible due to both price and zoning restrictions. I hope that the Planning and Zoning Board can help alleviate this stress by figuring out ways to make more land available for multi-use purposes that include urban farming. Miami needs to have a small local food movement so that it can create more food security and increase public health for people across the city. When people engage with the local food system, when people engage in growing and eating locally grown foods, they have better health outcomes because they're more likely to choose fresh fruits and vegetables, and this also can be very beneficial to the local environment. We find it important to support small businesses and a very necessary part of our economy to have local farming, small farming, urban farming as a viable career pathway for people to choose. Thank you for taking the time to support local farms and to find innovative new ways to revise zoning codes to make farming a more accessible and affordable choice for people.
Hello, my name is Holger Odenstein. Hi, my name is Fernand Hernandez, and we're here to support the proposed street closure and vacation application for the Island Bay project. The reason why we're here, we just recently moved to the area with our business, and around that area, which is really vibrating right now and getting more and more populated. We see that the streets around the property, they're very narrow, and they have nearly no sidewalks, and the sidewalks that basically goes nowhere, and the streets go nowhere into a dead end. And that attracts people either to dump their trash, or it attracts a lot of homeless people, so making it a little bit more, unsafe there. There's not really an access to enjoy Biscayne Bay. And when I looked at the application, how the street's going to be redirected, it's great to have a new access point on Northeast 23rd Street and provide better sidewalks, a new sidewalk along the Northeast 23rd Terrace, where there's no sidewalk now. So it makes things much more livable, walkable, and safer, the new street system.
Yes, I'm particularly excited about having an access to the front water park in Edgewater. Is really no open spaces on that area, and will be a great addition for Edgewater to have a park close to the water, and the people can enjoy it and relax. These projects will allow public to have safety walk pathways and bikes that you can enjoy, that now there's really not a lot on that area. We need definitely more public spaces on Edgewater. For this and many reasons, we just support 100% this application. Thank you.
Does that conclude the audio video comments?
Yes.
I'll do one final check at City Hall.
No, nobody here.
Okay, with that, I close the public hearing, and we'll go back into the first item that we've already read into the record. So, the city?
Yes, good evening, board members. This is Vicki Toronto with the Planning Department. This is item E-Plan ID PZ 20-6170. This is an application for a special appearance to allow for a partial release of a declaration of restricted covenants voluntarily proffered as part of a rezone. I'm going to share my screen now to share my PowerPoint presentation.
We see it?
Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The property is an assemblage of 8 parcels as outlined. 5 parcels front northeast 82nd Street and 3 front northeast 82nd Terrace. The site is approximately 2 acres of land generally bounded by northeast 82nd Terrace to the north, northeast 82nd Street to the south, northeast 4th Place to the east, and Biscayne Boulevard, also known as Northeast 6th Avenue, to the west. The property is zoned T680, has a future land use designation of restricted commercial, and is located within the Upper East Side net. Some background information. On September 16th, 2015, the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board, in agreement with the Planning Department's recommendation, adopted resolution number PZAP R15-058 by a vote of 5-3, recommending denial of an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, otherwise known as Miami 21 Code, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T5R Urban General to T680 Urban Core. On January 28, 2016, the Miami City Commission adopted ordinance number 13593 by a vote of 4-0, amending ordinance number 13144 by changing the zoning classification from T5R Urban Center Transit Zone Restricted to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open. As part of the rezone application, the applicants voluntarily proffered a declaration of restricted covenant that was accepted by the Miami City Commission. Up here on the page are the restrictions that were voluntarily proffered as part of the covenant. The restriction number 1 was that the property shall be developed consistent with the plans entitled Wave of Shorecrest 82nd Street Master Plan, dated July 15, 2015. The plans. Said plans are filed with the City of Miami and deemed incorporated herein. 2, that the owner shall not increase the proposed floor area. FLR, as described in the plan by pursuing a public benefits bonus under Miami 21. 3. The property shall be developed with a maximum of 232 dwelling units. 4. There shall be no commercial uses permitted along the northeast terrace frontage of the property. The applicants are here today to request a partial release of the covenant, and specifically to release restrictions 1 through 3. Restriction 1, that the property shall be developed consistent with the design intent of the plans entitled Wave of Shorecrest, 82nd Street, Master Plan, dated July 15, 2015, the plan. This up here is a rendering of the proposed project. Staff finds that the release of this restriction allows for more flexibility in the design. As such, the Planning Department recommends recommendation of this release of this restriction. Restriction 2, that the owner shall not increase the proposed floor area as described in the plan by pursuing a public benefits bonus under Miami 21. The applicant, the image that you see right there is the applicant provides 5 examples of what they contend are new projects that have been built, proposed projects, and zoning changes since 2016 relating to this neighborhood. However, when you actually examine the map, no new projects have been built since the rezone and plume amendment were approved for this site. Of the 2 proposed projects that they listed, only one is located within the limits of the city of Miami. Additionally, the zoning code changes were within another municipality. Findings for this particular restriction. The applicant has not provided the required information to support elimination of restriction number 2. Restriction number 3. The property shall be developed with a maximum of 232 dwelling units. The applicant has stated in their letter of intent, conditions 2 and 3 of the covenant should be deleted principally because the character of the surrounding neighborhood has changed since 2016. A comparison of the zoning atlas at the time of the rezoning, which is the image on the left, and the current zoning, which is the one on the right, indicate that no changes have been made to the zoning atlas. As such, the applicant has not provided the required information to support elimination of this restriction. Finally, when you look at the meeting minutes at City Commission, the applicant's representative stated the covenant would ensure that the project would be mirroring the activity taking place to the south, but providing a transition via the covenant to the areas to the north that are medium residential. Findings: denial of the release of restrictions 2 and 3 would ensure the intent of the covenant is maintained. Finally, what the Planning Department is recommending is we want to be specific. We are recommending approval for release of the restriction 1, that the property shall be developed consistent with the design intent of the plans entitled Wave of Shorecrest, 82nd Street Master Plan, dated July 15, 2015, the plan. We are also recommending denial for the release of restrictions 2 and 3 that read the floor area, FLR, shall be capped at 460,106 square feet, and the owner shall not increase FLR by pursuing public benefits bonuses under Miami 21. And then 3, the density shall be capped at 232 units. As such, this is what the recommendation that the restricted covenant shall the updated covenant shall look like with these restrictions. And again, it's the 1, 2, and 3, the one as it pertains to the FLR, that the applicant owner shall not increase the proposed floor area, FLR, as described in the plan, by pursuing a public benefits bonus under Miami 21. 2, that the property shall be developed with a maximum of 232 dwelling units. And 3, there shall be no commercial uses permitted along the northeast 82nd frontage, terrace frontage of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Alex Tatsimas with the law firm Richardson Bowen at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. And joining me tonight is my law partner, David Coviello. And we are here on behalf of the following 5 entities that own the assemblage of properties just described: 82nd Apartments LP, 520 Northeast 82nd Terrace LLC, 539 Northeast 82nd Street LLC, 421 82nd Street LLC, and finally 505 Northeast 82nd Street LLC. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see if I can do that.
If I may,
sure.
Mr. Tatsimas, were you sworn in?
I submitted the affidavit that was asked by Ms. Lee.
Okay, perfect. And anybody else who's speaking today also submitted that affidavit?
Mr. Coviello submitted it as well, in case he
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Can you all see that on the screen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Not yet.
Great. Thank you. So as indicated in the staff comments by Ms. Toronzo, we're here tonight on a partial release of our declaration of restrictive covenants based on restrictive covenants that were imposed together with the rezoning in 2016. So
hold on, Mr. We're not here. We're not seeing anything on the screen. I don't know if you were sharing.
I'm sorry?
I'm not seeing anything on the screen other than our faces. I'm not sure you're sharing.
Okay, let me see if I can change that. How about that?
Here we go. It's good. Subject properties.
Okay, if there's a problem, please let me know. So here is a Google aerial of the assemblage, and you can see that it's located west of Biscayne Boulevard, and the southern boundary is on Northeast 82nd Street. It's about 2.2 acres, and it is an assemblage of about 8 properties that are all low-rise apartment buildings. And on the south boundary, Northeast 82nd Street, this is the major thoroughfare that takes people to I-95. It's approximately 40 feet wide and a 2 to 4 lane major thoroughfare. And as indicated, these properties were rezoned from T5R to T680 in 2016. Here is an assemblage of photos showing you what the properties look like now. They are primarily low-rise apartment buildings, frankly, quite nondescript. It's an area that could use an infusion of investment and real estate stimulation. And as you can see, these are pretty typical of what's located within this assemblage. And I should also mention that the properties across the street are relatively similar in terms of 2-story apartment projects. So in 2016, as part of our rezoning, a covenant was imposed, and I will just run through those quickly and zero in on the main focus of our application. So staff is agreeing with the removal of the first condition, which requires our project to be designed in connection with specific plans. We're asking for the removal of that condition because it's limiting our flexibility. It also would be a problem if a purchaser acquired the property. The purchaser would likely bring their own architect and would seek to design the project with their own intent. Besides that, this project would be undergoing UDRB, so there would still be plenty of opportunities for the city to have control over the design. The second condition, which we're seeking to eliminate, this was a condition imposed by staff as part of our rezoning that limits our ability to use bonuses to increase the FLR. So it is essentially a reduction of FLR of approximately 124,000 square feet. So the FLR 5.0 is capped at about 618,000 with bonuses. Now we are at 494,000, a decrease of 124,000 square feet. The third item is a density cap that was imposed by staff. This results in a reduction from the 340 units we have as of right with T680 to 232 units, a decrease of 108 units. And finally, the fourth condition relates to commercial uses on the north facade. We are in agreement in concept with this condition. We have a couple of wording tweaks to add to it, but we have no objection to softening the project on the north side. This is a zoning map, so you can get a clear picture of what is around. So as you can see to the north, it is T5R, and in order to address the issues of that staff may have relating to the north, we will agree to soften the project in terms of commercial on the north. Obviously, there could also be design input so that there are greater setbacks on the north side. But clearly, there's a way to address the proximity to T5R through condition 4 and design changes. However, the remaining area surrounding this project is all T680. There's certainly no basis to reduce the density or FLR of the project based on its southern boundary, which is on a major thoroughfare and surrounded by T6A. Now, the principal reason we're recommending or we're asking for the release of these conditions is four reasons. And before I get into the reasons, we are seeking these conditions to be removed, frankly, because our client has been unable to develop the project or to find a suitable developer over the last several years because the conditions that have been imposed have made it financially unfeasible to do so. So we're here tonight to ask for the release of the first three conditions. And the four conditions, the four changed circumstances since the 2016 rezoning are: one, the location of a train station and TOD very close to our property; number two, a transit corridor; number three, enterprise zone; and four, the intensification of the surrounding area. And I'll go into those in a moment. I just want to preface it by saying that even in 2015, the planning department made a comment where they anticipated that these conditions would likely deserve reconsideration. This was a statement from Mr. Garcia. In the very near future, we expect this to become a transportation-oriented development site by virtue of Tri-Rail coming to Miami. We think, again, that the zoning for the whole area merits reconsideration. And frankly, that's the game changer in connection with this application. And you'll note that there has been no comment, even in the staff report, relating to the TOD and the transit corridor, which, as I said, are game changers here and are deserving of an increase in FLR and density as mandated in the comprehensive plan. So the first item is the upcoming Tri-Rail train station and TOD. So based on a Kimley Horn study from just 3 months ago, the location of the Tri-Rail station is right here on 4th Avenue. Our property is in yellow. So you'll see that it's about 700 feet away. Now, in connection with the TOD, there are two radius issues that are preeminent in analyzing closeness to the TOD. One is, are we within walking distance of the train station? That's the quarter-mile buffer. And we are within it, so we're within walking distance of the train station. The second buffer question is, are we within a reasonable biking distance, which is a half a mile away? We are clearly inside it. So the location of this property, very close to the Tri-Rail station, and the upcoming TOD, we think is a major factor that justifies increasing the intensity. Second, we are also inside a transit corridor. So here again is our property, and you'll see we are within the radius of a transit corridor on 79th Street. We're also close to one in terms of Biscayne Boulevard. Both are within the radius of the quarter mile of a transit corridor. Now, there are very few urban planning principles more important in South Florida today than encouraging development close to mass transit. As you all know, traffic is at crisis proportions in South Florida, and the future solution to it all over Miami-Dade County is to incentivize development near mass transit. And you'll see that the comprehensive plan in the city of Miami clearly indicates an alignment of future land use planning with mass transit. So there are multiple parts of the comp plan that encourage new development. Here is one. It indicates that the comprehensive plan encourages new development with increased density within a quarter of a mile of a transit corridor, which we are. And the comp plan also encourages new development around rapid transit stations. So in addition to the fact that we are within the transit corridor, I'll bring up a couple of other issues, but we do think that the proximity to mass transit and a need to have the incentive to have individuals live near mass transit, as demonstrated by the comp plan, indicates strongly for release of covenants 2 and 3. A few other points: we are within an enterprise zone, which has also been designated for increased development and investment. And then, Mr. Chair, I'll just quickly finish up with a reference to the surrounding development. We are here in the green. You'll see that there is an intense project that is slated for the El Portal area just to the north. I don't think it's really relevant that it's outside city Miami boundaries. The question is whether the area is compatible and shows increased character of development. So there's a large project going in just north, about 2 blocks away, and several apartment projects. And last year, construction of the Citadel, which is a large food hall, bar, restaurant, etc. To the northeast, you'll see again our property is here, and there is 3 rental projects that have been constructed or are in close to being opened just to the northeast of the project. Then we look to the southwest. Again, our property is here. You've got the Tri-Rail station, and then you've got a major project planned by the Haitian American Community Development Corp, a shopping destination center opened in 19, and the Ironside project to the south. And then finally on the southeast, you've got the large Triton Center project that is going up on the corner of 79th Street and Biscayne Boulevard, as well as a large enhancement project from FDOT. So, Mr. Chair, just to finish up, we are requesting the removal of conditions 1, 2, and 3. Condition 1 is relating to the design, and as I mentioned, staff is in agreement with us. Conditions 2 and 3 relate to limitations on density and FLR, which we believe, due to the proximity to mass transit, we believe those conditions are obsolete. And then with regard to the 4th condition, we would tweak the language. We're happy to include it, but we would tweak the language to provide that there shall be no principal pedestrian entrances or exits from the north side. The reason we say that is because Miami 21 indicates that you cannot have entrances, vehicular entrances on the front. It's got to be on the secondary entrance. So there will be no other place to put the vehicular entrances unless we do it on the north side, which is a vehicular for vehicular entrance. So we would just clarify that there will be no pedestrian entrances or exits from the north side. And Mr. Chair, that wraps up our presentation. Thank you for your patience, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Mr. Ziegler, go ahead. I see your hand raised. Unmute. You'll need to unmute, Mr. Ziegler.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Jacqueline, you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jacqueline, do you want to start off with something?
Jacqueline, want to say something first?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Ziegler? Okay. A point of very important clarification. Staff did not impose any covenant. Covenants are always voluntarily proffered by the applicant. In this particular case, the PZAB did not have the benefit of seeing this covenant when this application came before you. The applicant, different applicant at the time, proffered it on the floor at City Commission. So all these were items that at the time the applicant proffered. And I just want to make sure that's clear. Staff will be happy to follow up and respond to any other statements regarding it being in a TOD. This is not in a TOD. I don't want to take away from time from Mr. Ziegler, but I did want to at least clarify that point because you hear that over and over from staff at this board. Any type of covenant that comes up is voluntarily proffered.
Okay, you took my time, but it's okay. Question for staff is, I mean, given the report, Vicky, I mean, what he just said, I mean, the examples of, and this was done in 2016, and all the changes that have happened now, and especially since COVID, why do you want to still impose the restrictions as far as the 232 units and I guess the FLR? Why do you still want to hold those covenants? You want to release the first one, it's okay, but the other two, which is why do you want? I'm saying, why do you don't want to release those?
Mr. Ziegler, if
Sure.
I may, and I don't want to take the floor from Vicky. At the time this was proffered, and this still exists, this is primarily a residential type neighborhood. The buildings are still low density. We're still looking at 3 and 4 stories as a maximum in this area. And those projects that have been built within the area, not a lot of them are recent. Some of them are also under permit. And none of those projects required a change of zoning. So part of what we look at when we're looking at changing conditions are, not just the utilization of those properties, but what's actually happening in this immediate neighborhood as well. Vicky, if you have anything to add, please do.
Right, but he already has T68 already. I mean, the city commission.
He does, correct. He has the zoning on his property. Our concern, again, is the introduction of further density and then having commercial uses that could exit into the predominantly residential neighborhood. That's one of the reasons why the way it's stipulated right now, they're not allowed to have uses that are commercial in nature facing the other T5 properties and neighborhood.
No, I get. I'm just saying that he has a T68. I mean, without this proffer, I mean, of course he did it. So I'm not saying that he's completely innocent, but I mean, the issues that he raised as far as being next to a transit zone, the station may be coming there. I mean, shouldn't the city? This is the thing. At least been my thing, is that we all complain about traffic, not so much now, but traffic and all the other things. A project like this allows less traffic, less of everything that we want, that at least what most of the citizens here complain about. So why isn't this project something that
I would suggest that part of the reason when this was approved, and this happens a lot, the applicant may have at City Commission made this proffer to get this approval. So you've got to look at the big picture as well. And I understand where you're coming from. This train station has been proposed since 2015. That's when this application came in. It's now almost 2021. We take in consideration, again, what's happening within the area. The way that we actually measure our TODs is not quite as what was stated by the applicant. It is along a major thoroughfare, I believe a 4-lane road, but there's different considerations to look at and that we take into account when looking at this type of rezone. I will restate, it may be important, maybe it's not important. When we originally brought this, our recommendation was for denial. And in fact, again, a covenant was proffered that probably eased some of those concerns in the minds of the commissioners to actually get to the approval to the T680. What we're looking at today is a request to release those things that apparently safeguarded this area from the higher density and intensity. We don't see that this area has changed enough to remove those safeguards at this point.
Just one more question if I can. Just on those two, I mean, I listened to a report, but I didn't see a reason why to hold it at 232 units or as FLR. I mean, you didn't give me a reason to why you want to keep it that way outside of the T5 and back of it. But I mean, everything else around it is T6. I mean, again, it's the applicant who proffered it, so I'm not blaming you for that. I'm just saying, why not release it? I mean, why I still want to hold him to that when I don't see a justification for it? I mean, you're going to get more intensity, more units, possibly, since he's more than likely going to, if he sells it or whatever, it's going to be more units. You're going to have a chance for workforce housing, affordable housing. I mean, the numbers will pencil better and give more benefits to the city, not only traffic and all the other stuff. And I didn't see a reason why you want to hold him to the profit. That's all I'm saying.
Then again, this is PZAB can make recommendations. So what the applicant has not proffered or not acquiesced to or proffered with this, there's no affordable bound by this. This is simply a proffered covenant by the applicant to do certain types of restrictions. But none of those other things that you're talking about or speaking to were included in it.
Wow.
Meaning you're now speaking to affordable. There's nothing in here. Basically, they're allowed to build by right with the limitations that they voluntarily agreed to.
Right. Well, he should have. I agree with you. He should have put that to the profit.
I'm not saying.
I agree with
what
you,
I'm saying is, but what we have seen is that there hasn't been any change in the conditions. We look at the code criteria. At the time when the applicant first came in, our recommendation was not for approval for this rezone. It was since approved by City Commission with the voluntary proffered covenant. We feel that these safeguards offered by the covenant should still be upheld on this property.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask one thing just to the applicant. would he consider proffering as far as workforce or affordable housing as a condition of the removal of the 232 units?
Mr. Ziegler, unfortunately, I can't proffer that tonight because I don't know what we don't have design ready to submit, and the one that was in front of the board in 1516 is no longer on the table. What I will tell you, though, which is important, in order for us to get the increased FLR, we can only do it through bonuses. So, and bonuses, as you know, there's only a few ways to get the bonuses, and one of those is through affordable or workforce housing. So the density, we'd be seeking an as of right density to what T68 is, but the only way we'd get the FLR increase is with the bonuses, and that would inevitably involve either workforce housing or some other public benefit. And I'll also just mention, just to clarify, frankly, the only way we were able to get the support for the upzoning in front of the city commission was by proffering these 4 conditions back then. I wasn't the attorney at that time, but my understanding was that was required in order to get the upzoning done. What we're showing is that there have been enough changes in terms of what has occurred in the area to revisit conditions 2 and 3 so that it isn't necessary going forward. Frankly, the only point that staff makes that warrants possibly a reduced development is the north side. Everything else, in terms of mass transit, the train station, and the thoroughfare in 82nd Street, all that indicates T68 as of right. So what I'm saying is, if the north part is really the only issue that merits some sort of reduction in development, we will limit the commercial on that side. And there's also ways through the UDRB process to make sure that the building doesn't come up right up against the property line. But other than that, there's no justification for the decrease in FLR or density based on what we've shown.
I'm done.
All right, Mr. Altalve, you had your hand up?
Yes. Yeah, I understand. I want to insist in the direction that Mr. Ziegler was going, and it's that the board could recommend inclusion of affordable housing even if the applicant is not ready to offer them in a recommendation to the city commission. Am I right?
That's above my pay grade.
Amber, would you like to respond?
So this board can suggest the affordable housing component, but it shouldn't be imposed upon the applicant, because remember, going back to how this covenant was proffered and accepted was through the rezoning. And, this board can't condition the rezonings. So it can be suggested, but not necessarily imposed.
It wouldn't be a condition. It would be a recommendation to the city commission to approve if there is inclusion of affordable housing. That's right. What we recommend. And that is a suggestion, because we cannot determine what the commission is going to do.
Right. So should the applicant proffer affordable housing, then this board would recommend approval, something along those lines.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Mr. Parrish?
So my first question is, do we have a record of what the vote was from the PZAB in 2015 when they denied the upzoning?
5-3 denial.
5-3 denial. And then we've seen this before. Then the applicant goes to the commission and offers something that was not presented before the PZAB. And the commission then says, I wasn't there. I don't know anybody else was. The neighbors were saying, okay, the PZAB voted for denial, goes to the commission. Now the commission says, well, we'll approve it with these conditions. And then I don't know whether there was a big hullabaloo from the neighbors or not around there about the increasing density or whatever. But then it's a fait accompli. And now we're 5 years later with it being alleged that there are changed conditions, which we just heard Ms. Ellis say the conditions don't warrant release of the conditions. And it seems like there's just this usual 2 or 3 step going on again that we see at our board over and over and over again. And I'm just thinking, if I was a neighbor of this area, and I say, gosh, 5 years ago, I remember going down before the PZAB and saying, what are you doing? And then against us, if they were against it, it got voted for denial. Then it goes, it's just the process. I would say with the staff recommending denial of those 3 conditions because there is no significant change in the conditions, despite what the applicant is saying warrants this change, unless it's conclusively proved, to me anyway, that the conditions warrant it. I think we'd just be doing the same thing that so many of members of our board say we don't wish it wasn't quite that way. We all know how the politics in this city works, but at some point we got to go a little slower and give the. Did any neighbors show up for this, Jacqueline? Have they gotten any response from neighborhoods saying we don't want more upzoning in our area, or more density, more traffic, more? What have we heard from the neighbors, if anything?
I don't believe I've received any comments on this particular request. Vicki, did you get any from any neighbors? Also, a little bit of an aside, but I do want to point this out. During Mr. Takma's presentation, he indicated also altering condition number 4 or proffer number 4. That was not submitted as part of the application. When the applicant submitted, they actually had the request as indicated by staff for those particular items to be released. That was not an item that had been discussed. I know Mr. Parrish, you had asked something specific. I don't have any outreach from or comments from neighbors, but I do want to point out that last item was not part of what we analyzed in our report, nor it was part of the original application for this release.
Finally, the surrounding area is not all T680, there's T5R. Is all of the immediately adjacent area to this T680? I forget that zoning diagram.
Vicki, could you please display your PowerPoint again?
It's only T6 on one side.
Yeah.
You want me to?
It's actually surrounded by T5.
So I'll let, obviously other board members want to comment. To me, it just seems like we're possibly a deferral is the best way to deal with all these issues that are coming up that the staff hasn't, with the staff's report. And I certainly am not ready to approve the release of those conditions that were agreed to 5 years ago or 4 years ago.
We'll go to Mr. Collins and followed up by the vice chair.
Good evening. Could you give us an update on what is the status of the Tri-Rail station in that area? Mr. Takmis?
Sure. The information that we've got was from a Kimberly Horn study that was submitted to a county agency for transportation from June of 2020. And it indicated that the Tri-Rail station was going to be generally in that location. It could be a little bit up the block, a little bit further down the block, but it's very likely to go in that general location. And then we were told, based on a talk that my colleague had today with Tri-Rail, that they're working out some details. They didn't know whether Tri-Rail would operate it, or Brightline would operate it, or the county would operate it by subcontracting with one of the train stations. But it seems from what we're hearing that it is very, very likely to go forward. The county commission is supposed to take up the item at some point in the future to lock it down.
Okay, I know that's been in discussions for 5 years now. I remember this item actually pretty well 5 years ago. I lived just a few blocks south of this. And I do remember a decent amount of opposition at that hearing. I actually drive northeast 82nd Terrace, the roads to the north, often. I do think even the plans that were approved 5 years ago are a bit excessive for that area. So to release some of these restrictions and allow even a larger structure, more density, I think would be out of character with the neighborhood. I think that in light of the fact that it was denied 5 years ago, you were able to ultimately get your approval by proffering these specific items just to get it approved, to come back years later and ask for them to be removed because you can't sell the property, I think is a little bit baseless in my opinion. I haven't seen, I think the development that you pointed out in the area, you pointed the immigration building, which has looked the same for 5 years now. The mobile home park, the mobile home, there's still residents living in that mobile home. I just didn't see any reasons here to consider altering any of these conditions.
Can I just make Mr. Chair, a quick comment?
Sure. Let me just continue.
I just wanted to comment for the record.
I'm going to continue.
Comment for the record that there has never been any public opposition to the project.
I'm going to continue with board comment. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I too, along with Mr. Collins, remember this, specifically this particular item, and thought about it just the other day. I was driving down 82nd Street and I said, I wonder whatever happened to that project. Mr. Tuckmas, why was that project not built? I remember a certain amount of urgency that you had to get that zoning changed to build this great project. What happened?
Madam Vice Chair, our clients have tried to find investors and make it financially feasible, and they can't. The density reduction and the FLR reduction is preventing them from doing it. I mean, if you look at the project that is there now, as I said, they're pretty nondescript older apartment buildings. That's clearly not the highest and best use that a real estate investor wants for that property. So if they could have done something, they would have. But a reduction of almost 25% of the density and a $130,000 square foot, that's why we were hired to try and get these conditions removed. So they wouldn't have gone to the expense and the time if they could have produced a project that was feasible.
Well, Mr. Tuckmas, but it was the owners of the property or the planners of this project that proffered those restrictions on the property. And we have to have a certain amount of respect for covenants. Otherwise, why do we have covenants? If we can, put them out and pull them back at, anytime we want, it takes away from the power of having a covenant on the property. And this was proffered by the homeowners, by the developer. And I remembered, I happened to have been one of the votes against this. And there was opposition from the neighborhood. And it's not just the T5s directly behind it, but on the other side of Biscayne Boulevard, a block or so away, you have Shorecrest. Across the canal, you have all low density. And the projects on 2nd Avenue, the Citadel is 3 stories high? I mean, we're talking about density, intensity are totally different. And when I drive down 82nd Street, I really don't see much going on that would interest me in making a change and releasing you from the covenants. Thank you.
And I think I saw Mr. Gersten, your hand up.
I was just, no matter what ends up happening, I think the one thing that would be a condition or sort of a conversation would be there wouldn't be any movement on these asks other than, at least in my mind, number one is a non-issue because I feel like when we do these plans that travel, it kind of is inconsistent with some of my other thoughts on entitlements. Tying to a specific plan, things change, whatever. But when it comes to not pursuing public benefits, the only sort of question that might open a door is whether, that includes, because I know that we all as a board have been pretty consistent about asking about, affordable and workforce, and just generally affordable housing. And, by eliminating that as an option, as a, I don't know if that, falls under public benefits, but are we handicapping the ability to get more out of the development with regard to that. And then linked to that question or comment is I wouldn't recommend any change or elimination of any of these if at the very least we were not replacing every single unit being displaced with an identical priced or situated unit. You know, in other words, at the very least, no net loss to what's there, which is generally, I think, at least on the more affordable side. Whether it falls into a specific technical category, I don't know, but I know that it's not the most expensive housing in the city. Those are my comments, questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone ready for a motion? Mr. Mann?
Just a couple of comments. I agree with the Vice Chair that we have to respect covenants. Why even listen to a covenant? Why even deal with them if they're just going to be pulled back a number of years later? 10 years later, yes, neighborhoods change, but 3-4 years, I would have to agree with the city here that not enough has transpired to justify lifting a covenant, which is something that this property would never have received its upzoning without that covenant. Because if you look at it, it's clearly an intrusion into a T5. That property really didn't belong there unless the city was planning on translating that entire north side of that 4-lane highway of 82nd there into T6 eventually. So to get their upzoning, they had to come down in size with covenants. And I would take with a grain of salt any claim by a developer that he cannot make money unless you allow him to maximize the potential of the property. If that were true, I know that a number of years ago, Elvis Cruz asked the city to produce a document, which they did, which described the amount of increase that the city would see if all the properties in the city were developed as of rights with no more upzonings whatsoever. And that figure is 8-fold. 8 times more density is available to the city as is, without one single additional upzoning in the entire city. So I think that there are developers out there who know how to make a buck with what they have on their plate. Yes, of course, they'll make a ton more money if you allow them to go to T6 plus the bonuses. But, this city, I've been around now for a long time watching this city grow without its infrastructure matching pace. And so I applaud the city here for trying to hold the line here. Not enough has changed to warrant lifting the covenant. So I'm very much in favor of a denial here.
Okay, Vice Chair, do you want to proffer a motion?
I do proffer a motion for, is this PZAB 1?
1.
For 1 to deny.
Second.
Second by Mr. Collins. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Torrance?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Altabe?
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gersten?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Badillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler?
No.
Mr. Mann?
Yes.
Mr. Porosoff?
You're on mute, sir.
Yes.
And Chair Garavaglia?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 10-1. And this decision is final unless appealed to the hearing board section within 15 days.
Thank you. Next item.
PZAB 3, file ID 7678, a resolution of the City of Miami Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board with attachments recommending approval of an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114 as amended by changing the zoning classification from T68L Urban Core Transect Zone Limited to T680 Urban Core Transect Zone Open for the properties located at 615 Northwest 4th Avenue, 537 Northwest 4th Avenue, 365 Northwest 6th Street, 353 Northwest 6th Street, 343 Northwest 6th Street, 335 Northwest 6th Street, 348 Northwest 6th Street, 330 Northwest 6th Street, 350 Northwest 6th Street, 358 Northwest 6th Street, 364 Northwest 6th Street, 531 Northwest 3rd Court, 540 Northwest 3rd Court, 534 Northwest 3rd Court, 530 Northwest 3rd Court, and 590 Northwest 3rd Court.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. For the record, Sergio Garrido with the Planning Department. I'm going to share my screen with you in order to make my presentation to the board. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet. There we go. We're starting to see it. We see it.
Okay. Well, the case in front of you is the request of the applicant Make-A-Wish of Southern Florida for the rezoning of 16 parcels located at approximately 615 Northwest 4th Avenue, totaling 71,200 square feet approximately, going from T68L to T680. The properties are located in two city blocks located to the west of I-95 Express. Some of the properties has not a regular shape because they are leftovers from the construction of I-95. The parcels were divided in the north portion, southeast portion, and southwest portion for easiness in handling and explain the current situation. The north portion is comprised by 5 parcels and has approximately 38,000 square feet. The southeast portion is only 2 parcels with 1,659 square feet. And the southwest portion is comprised of 9 parcels and 31,500 square feet. All the properties has the future land use designation of restrictive commercial, which is compatible with the existing transit zone and also with the requested transit zone. Therefore, there is no additional request for from amendment in this request, in this rezoning request. It has no companion item. The properties, the surrounding properties has been built in the 80s, 90s, and the most recent in 2010. But there are several vacant land in the area. This slide shows the vacant land and some of the entitlements that we can see to the east of I-95. We have a development in progress to the north. Then we have Block 55. It's a mixed-use affordable housing that was approved recently by the City of Miami. And there are also entitlements in progress for Miami Station. These properties to the east, to the west of I-95 will be the first properties to be developed as encompassing some kind of activities in the area. This is a view of the property, the subject properties, from Northwest 3rd Court. Here we have another view from Northwest 6th Street. The properties are T68L, and they have direct access from the ramp down of the I-95 Express, making this area very susceptible to additional uses. We can see here the shape of the district, T680 to the south, directly to the south, abutting the subject properties, and the properties to the north that are T68L and T680. Therefore, these properties here will be about T680 to the south and also to the north. There is no new zoning designation in the area. In analyzing the request, pursuant to the zoning code, Article 7, Section 7128F, as well as one additional pertinent criteria derived from the light of the letter of intent. Section 7128, the request to changes to zoning must be appropriate with consideration as whether to the proposed change will further goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. It was found that the rezoning as requested promotes goals and objectives and policies related to furthering the goals LU 1110 and TR 213, which encourages redevelopment and the close proximity of transit corridors and metro rail mover station. Section 7128F 1B requests for all rezones shall consider the need and justification for the proposed change, including change or changing condition that makes the passage of the proposed change necessary. Sorry. The existence of property designated T680 within 1/2 mile radius of the property and the proximity to the transit-oriented development justify the rezoning requested and make the request consistent with the section 7128F 1B. The next will be section 7128F2 for rezoning. A change may be made only to the next intensity transit zone or by a special area plan, and in a manner in which maintain goals of this Miami Code to preserve neighborhoods and provide transition in intensity and building height. The request comply with and is consistent with the requirements to be transitioned. And the rezoning from T680 to T680 will not change the density, height, or permitted uses on the property. The only difference will be that T680 limit the office and commercial uses to 25% of the building floor area, limited to 2 stories. And the requested T680 does not have limit for those uses. And as I expressed before and shown in the slides, there are other T680 properties within the vicinity to the south as well as to the north. In conclusion, pursuant to Article 7, Section 7128 of Ordinance 13-314, Miami 21 Code, the Planning Department recommends approval to the request of changing the zoning designation from T68L to T680 for the subject property. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
me try to return to meeting. Okay.
If I could just have a check, is there anyone at City Hall for any public comment?
No, there's not.
Okay, we'll go to the applicant.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Iris Escara with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Are you all able to hear me okay?
No. No, good, you're good.
Mr. Chair, can we just verify the applicant's been sworn in?
Yes, I was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting and I emailed my information to Beatrice and Erica.
We're good.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen really quick. Good evening, everyone. I'm here this evening on behalf of Make-A-Wish, a nonprofit organization founded in the U.S. Make-A-Wish, in case some of you may not know, helps fulfill the wishes of children with critical illnesses ages 2 to 17. We are part of the South Florida chapter. They have 60 chapters all around the U.S., and we're part of the South Florida chapter. Currently, the South Florida chapter's office is housed in Fort Lauderdale, and they grant over 600 wishes in 22 counties annually. A lot of the wishes actually come from families in Miami-Dade County, and they have been working for some time with their donors in order to move their South Florida offices to Miami. When they located this site and this opportunity, one of the things that they wanted to do here restricted the ability to have a complete office building, meaning the current zoning with the L limits you to 25% in the first 4 stories. And here we're building a 6-story building with office. So the rezoning does not change the density, does not change the square footage, does not change the height. All it allows you is the volume within the building to be changed to allow for an office building or a commercial building. In our instance, I can tell you we're asking for a complete office building. So here this gives you a parameter, and Mr. Garrido did a very nice presentation on the project's location and what's encompassed with it. So I'm going to proceed forward. If you notice here on the map to the right and on the left, you can see that the site already abuts T680. We abut already zoned areas which are similar to what we're requesting. On the north, it skips a block, and then you have T680 again. So it's very compatible with the area, the request to go from L to O only. Again, nothing else is changing, no density, no intensity is changing. So volumetrically, the property remains the same as what could be built. The only thing that changes is the internal uses can now be throughout the building and not just limited to the first 4 stories and 25% of the building's square footage.
Turn off iPad.
Go ahead.
Okay. Again, this is showing you the zoning in the area. We're abutting T5. We have T680 to the bottom, just south of us, and then T680 to the north of us, and we abut the highway I-95. With the requirements in Miami 21, this is considered a successional zoning because we are providing for more uses within the building. We are going from L to O, and we meet the applicable criteria to be able to file this application. In addition to that, in compliance with section 7.1.2.8F, we have met the standards as delineated by Mr. Garrido with regards to the Miami 21 provisions. Just south of us is the YWCA, which is another nonprofit. We also have on the other side of the highway the post office, United States Post Office. And then we also have another site, which is a charity organization in the area. Again, these are other projects that are occurring in this area, which hopefully amongst all these different uses that are coming in, it would create a nice community and provide for you integration with the other uses in the area, our nonprofit office use. Again, to stress the criteria being complied with and recommended by staff with regards to our application and how our proposed use is compatible with the neighborhood. We, as part of this application, we were going through and we mailed notices to the 500 folks within the vicinity of our site. Scott Helms, one of our board members, received questions. He was responsive. Some neighbors inquired as to what was occurring. He actually said that he received very positive feedback from the neighbors that an office for the Make-A-Wish would be coming. We also worked with our immediate neighbor, the YWCA, in order for them to submit a letter of support for our application. And they are immediately budding our site, and they are also a nonprofit organization, which is with us. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or motions? Vice Chair.
I see that these properties are, this is for Iris. I see that these properties are divided by a street. Are you building 2 office buildings?
We're building 1 office building currently right now because that's what the capital, that the donations that we have in place. In the future, we hope to be able to build across the street. As part of the sale, they were being sold collectively, so they ended up buying both. But the site south of the street is an anticipated future expansion.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone want to proffer a motion?
I'll proffer a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second by Mr. Parrish, or you have a question?
I second.
Okay, second by Mr. Parrish. Call the roll, please.
Ms. Torrance?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Altabe?
Yes.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gersten?
Yes.
Mr. Vadillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Mann?
Yes.
Mr. Porosaf?
Yes.
And Chair Garavaglia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Next item, please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Hi, again, sorry to interrupt. Before we move to the next item, I believe when we did the recommendation for PZAB1, PZAB1 actually goes to City Commission. The decision is not final at PZAB. I just want confirmation or clarification. That was a partial release request that still needs to travel to City Commission.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. PZAB number 4, file ID 7786. A resolution of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board recommending approval of an ordinance of the Miami City Commission to amend ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, more specifically by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions of Terms, Section 1.4, titled Definitions of Landscape Requirements, Article 3, Section 3.12, titled Design Guidelines, Neighborhood Conservation Districts, and Neighborhood Revitalization Districts, and Section 3.6.10, titled Off-Street Bicycle Parking Requirements, and Article 4, Table 4, titled Density, Intensity, and Parking, and Table 7, titled Civic Space Types, to provide for future opportunities for streetscape enhancements throughout the city.
Yes, good evening, board. My name is David Snow with the City of Miami Planning Department. I'll be presenting this item tonight as well as the next item, number 5. But Chair, before I begin, I do have a substitute legislation that I need to hand out to the board. I've submitted that to the clerk, and if you're accepting of that, she can forward that to the members.
Does she need to read that into the record?
The title doesn't change. There's been some edits that have been made to the body that came after the submittal.
Fine. And do all the board members have it?
I can email it to them right now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. I'll begin my presentation now. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Again, thank you for giving us the time tonight to go through PZ item number 4. This is file ID 7786, specific to the Miami 21 text amendments for the Streetscape Master Plan framework. As was previously mentioned and read into the record, this is amending Article 1, definitions, Article 3, and Article 4. And this is more specifically for and to promote appropriate development of streetscape master plans throughout the city of Miami, as well as promoting greenway systems throughout the city. And the department is recommending approval of this legislation. Starting off with the Streetscape Master Plan framework, this is obviously a framework that does not exist in Miami 21 today. Typically, our right-of-ways are dealt with through our Public Works office, and Miami 21 doesn't typically apply to that. But we understand the importance of how the built environment interacts with that right-of-way and promoting and improving pedestrian walkability, bicycling, landscape environments as well. And so it's essential that we have a set of framework that can allow for future streetscape master plans to go forward in the city. And this is looking at opportunities to strengthen a sense of place for neighborhoods, as well as enhancing their neighborhood identity, looking at ways to improve the landscape experience through as well as how it's interacted with the built environment, and of course looking at the resilience opportunities that these master plans can present, and reducing climate impact from stormwater management, flooding mitigation, as well as urban heat island effect. And of course, that's looking at how green infrastructure components can be programmed in these as well. Looking at ways of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving the pedestrian experience, as well through appropriate street furniture and lighting programs as well. So in Miami 21 today, we actually do have provisions for how developments should comply with improving their streetscape, but these are minimal, very minimal standard for compliance. You can see the image on the, I guess it'd be your left, or I'm sorry, your right. Although they're addressing some important issues, there's street tree plantings, there's the widened sidewalk, there's even a city bike rack as well. It's really not looking at ways to fully interact with its surrounding neighborhood and being completed in a holistic fashion. So with the streetscape framework, it would then allow for developments to interact that way. This is an example from the design district. The design district, through its SAP provisions, provided a holistic streetscape master plan for its neighborhood, for its area. And you can see, the difference in what that does for a neighborhood in essentially creating an identity, looking at ways to create substantial enhancements to tree canopy, landscape features, enhancing the pedestrian environment as well. So the next item is in regards to Article 4, specific to the civic space types. We have 3 new civic space types that we're proposing. The first being Greenway civic space type. This is essentially all of these are being requested so that when development comes in, they're fronting these improvements and these significant civic space improvements the best way they can, in looking at ways that their frontages can activate these spaces and not turn their back to them. So the Greenway, similar, this is similar to the Underline project, but also the FEC Greenway to the north of the Underline. But as well as the future Greenway projects that the city is currently working on, such as the Underdeck, which is a component of the 395 Signature Bridge. And so this is key for that. The second item is Wooners. This is actually a concept that came out of the NRD, which we'll talk a little bit more about later on tonight. But essentially, this is a Dutch street concept. It's a shared street. I think it's best described as a plaza street where pedestrians and bicyclists are prioritized, but there's also vehicular movement as well. But the space is shared, and vehicles they're immediately slowed down because of the way that the roadway is designed. And so how this space becomes more, or how this roadway becomes more of a civic space, is important that it's identified that way so that buildings fronted appropriately. And then play streets. Play streets is a term that currently exists in our city code today. Essentially these are street ends that we're looking at ways to activate these street ends to be more of an open space opportunity. So we want to make sure that buildings front these correctly. And then the third item for this text amendment is in relationship to the bicycle parking exchange program. This program is designed specifically for TOD areas, and it looks at essentially a trade-off for 20% required parking spaces can be exchanged for bicycle parking, a ratio of 6 racks space for each required parking space. And this is a mechanism that we're looking at to obviously incentivize more people biking, but in areas that this would be most appropriate, which is around the TOD areas, as well as areas that have significant bicycle networks. And so it's a way of reducing parking and getting people out of their cars and promoting bicycle mobility for the city. And that concludes my presentation for the Miami 21 text amendments.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Snow, is there any way to, under Article 4, Table 4, the TOD, storage for bikes, to also have a space for motorcycles? As I understand it, that there's no motorcycle parking in all of the city of Miami.
That's a great question. I think today, we don't have a specific standard for smaller motor vehicles such as motorcycles or scooters, but that's definitely something we should consider. I've seen other cities have standards for those.
City of Miami Beach has a great program, and they take one parking space that normally in the city of Miami would only hold one motorcycle, and they put 4. scooters and or motorcycles in one parking space. And in the city garages, like for Metro Rail and that sort of thing, you can't even take a motorcycle in those. So I think the city of Miami maybe needs to lead the way on something by adding motorcycle parking to this change.
Absolutely. You know, I will say though that with the thought of with this specific amendment, you know, we are looking at you know, promoting more bicycle mobility, obviously with the evolution of the underline and other new improvements that are coming online. You'll see tonight in the Wynwood Master Plan with what we're looking at, encouraging more bicycle mobility. We thought this would be a kind of good way to start to improve that. But I do think the motorcycle parking requirement should be looked at a little bit closer.
So if it doesn't fit with tonight's item, how do we bring something like that forward for discussion, or can you bring us something back about
Absolutely.
motorcycle parking? That'd be great.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you for the presentation. I was just curious in order to create some of the different street designs that you have here, will you require additional right-of-way dedication from private properties, or would this be within the right-of-way that the city already has?
So great question, and it depends. You know, each area is going to have, you know, a different kind of set of needs, right, and requirements. And so if in an area where you know, well, in an area where, you know, we may need more wider sidewalks, we may ask for additional area. But I will say this, the streetscape master plans are looking specifically at, you know, current platted right-of-way area. Now, we may be looking at, you know, parking areas and reconfiguring how those work and better serve the neighborhood. So, you know, taking away potentially from that. And I'll kind of go into a little bit of those details with the Wynwood master plan. But also looking at, you know, areas that may be vulnerable to flooding and what needs to be addressed and accommodated in those areas, right? We may need additional areas for other infrastructure improvements. So it all depends area to area, but I think, you know, the framework that we've presented tonight allows for us to explore neighborhood by neighborhood.
Okay. Just one more question. Let's say outside of the Wynwood area, for example, if there was a streetscape design, would that fall on the shoulders of a project in front of it, or is this something that the city would develop where it felt necessary?
So let me use the example of a current effort that the city is going through right now in the southwest portion of the city. It's a fairly large area. Essentially, it's everything west of the 95 along 8th Street and then south to US 1. Looking at a street tree master plan for that entire area. Now, we all know that that area has many different neighborhoods in it, and each of those neighborhoods have specific needs. So what we've done is we've started to kind of pull out small pilot projects for that plan going forward. You know, we know we can't bite off of, you know, the whole piece of the cake at once. And it's easier to tackle piece by piece. So for example, East Little Havana is something that we're looking at kind of going to the next step and master planning with this streetscape master plan vision. So then that is something that we would then come in, adopt standards for, and it would be part of this program as well. So does that answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. That's great. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yeah, a question on these, just looking over the, I guess the highlights of the changes. on it says final highlight. This is what this is the final recommendation that were given to the city. I'm reading in the whereas here on especially like 7787 says final highlights PDF.
That's correct. So right now you should be looking at the 7786, that document.
7786. Okay.
And those changes were to include, of course, the designation process of future streetscape master plans. That was for some reason cut out, not intentionally, in the original draft. And so we needed to make sure we included that. So that essentially allows a designation process to exist for future master plans.
And the highlight, the yellow is what? The changes that you made? I'm seeing the
That's correct. That's the additional language.
And let me ask, so this is only going to be added only to this area here? I mean, the changes here. As far as the street, let me ask you something. Well, you got Miami 21, and this is what going to be an amendment to that area, only to the Wynwood area, with these changes here?
So, yeah, let me clarify that. So,
because it looks like it's changing Miami 21, because you go on the street, or it just added on to it, so to speak.
Right. So we're establishing a framework for streetscape master plans citywide, right? So tonight we happen to be presenting the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan, but we also know in the future there could be a streetscape master plan for Little Havana. There could be a streetscape master plan for Edgewater. There could be a streetscape master plan for Little Haiti, and so forth. So we wanted to create a mechanism that allowed that tool and for other neighborhoods to really engage in that process. That tool doesn't exist today. And, I think that as many of us know, our streetscapes are not to par of what they should be to serve its residents of the community. So we wanted to establish that framework.
Yeah. My question is, okay, with this right here, this street straight plan for Wynwood, I'm looking at you're changing some of the things in Miami 21, but it will only apply to the streetscape or the related areas, because it looks like you're changing some other items as far as the code goes. I'm just asking only because it seems like you're actually altering the code, and if that's the case, then you're going to have to do that almost for every little area that you want to change. Or is it just going to be this only applies to whatever square block, you designate?
Right. So if you're looking at the the Wynwood amendments, there are additional modifications that are being made to the NRD tonight, which I will explain further. But we don't anticipate too many other modifications to Miami 21 through future streetscape master plans. Again, these are designed to be specific to right-of-way needs. Miami 21 does a pretty good job of making sure that buildings address the street the best that they can. And so this is a mechanism so that we can kind of tie the two together, right? So that the streets are thinking about the built environment and vice versa. So that's what the Miami 21 portion is about. We don't anticipate many amendments in the future with other streetscape master plans.
Okay. Well, let me ask you just a final question. This change right here, if I were in, let's just say another area, if I was in, let's just say Liberty City, these changes that you're making to the street, would it apply to them? Would it apply to that area? These streets?
Not the Wynwood plan.
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking. Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Mr. Parrish?
Just very quickly to follow up on the vice chair's comment about the motorcycles. First of all, congratulations. This is terrific what you brought to us. This is a little bit of a digression, but I would like to see, before we abandon any more streets or alleys or any of these things, we have the checklist of whether the fire department uses it, whether the public, all those lists. I think this wound snurf and play streets should be added to that list of whether these alleyways that are being vacated might be applicable for one of those. So that may obviously require a lot more thought, because we went through that whole thing about vacating alleys last board meeting. But we need more parks, we need more play areas, we need more civic spaces. So back to Mr. Ziegler's comments always, why are we giving away this stuff for free? Maybe a wound snurf would be applicable in other areas of the city.
Absolutely.
Is anyone ready for a motion? Mr. Parrish?
I'll move that.
We have a motion by Mr. Parrish, second by the vice chair. Let's call the roll, please.
Who was the second?
The vice chair.
Vice chair.
Mr. Altabe? I mean,
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Altabe?
Yes.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins? Is he away? Mr. Collins?
May have fallen off.
Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gersten?
Yes.
Mr. Vadillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Mann?
Yes.
Mr. Porosov?
Yep. Yes.
Ms. Torrance?
Yes.
And Chair Garavaglia?
Yes.
Mr. Collins is back again.
Yeah, sorry, my internet froze for a moment. I would like to vote yes. Thank you.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, next item.
PZAB 5, file ID 7787, a resolution of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board with attachments recommending approval or denial of an ordinance of the Miami City Commission to amend Appendix J Wynwood NRD 1 Neighborhood Revitalization District of Ordinance Number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Section 2.1 titled Purpose and Intent, Article 3 titled General to Zones, Section 4, Table 2 titled Table 2, T5 Urban Center Zone, and Table 2, T6 Urban Core Zone, Article 5 titled Specific to Zones, Article 9 titled Landscape Requirements, Article 10 titled Sign Regulations, and Section 8 entitled Street Master Plan to modify standards for parking for developments less than 10,000 square feet, allow parking within mezzanine levels, and the establishment of the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan within the NRD 1 boundaries, and amending Section 3.3 titled Lots and Frontages to establish a program to allow lot assemblage exceeding maximum lot area with public benefit contributions, and amending Section 3.5 titled Wynwood Transfer of Development Rights Program to establish a program to allow unused density throughout the NRD 1 boundary to be transferred for the benefit of affordable workforce housing, civic open space, and legacy uses, the ability to pay into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to obtain additional density, alignment of the affordable workforce housing benefit to the Miami 21 code standards, and a calibrated, attainable mixed income program.
All right. Good evening, board. Again, this is David Snow with the City of Miami Planning Department. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, but before that, I'll ask the clerk to verify that she shared the 7787 substitute legislation.
Yes, I forwarded it to them.
Okay, thank you. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
All right, great. So this is PZ item number 5, file ID 7787, specific to the NRD1 text amendments to incorporate the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan, as well as the lot area maximum program, public benefit program specific to civic street type improvements, transfer development program, and an attainable mixed income housing program. The planning department is recommending approval for these amendments. So I'm going to present the Streetscape Master Plan first. Then I'm going to pause and ask for questions specific to the master plan. Chair, is that okay? And then I'll move on to the other amendments. Okay, great. Again, I think this is an exciting opportunity that not only our department has to share with this board, but obviously the board to kind of be part of this moment. One of the first streetscape holistic master plans that the city has embarked on, making improvements to city right-of-ways through a master plan process. So the process actually began in 2015 when the NRD1 was adopted. There was specific provisions in that adoption that would allow for future planning of a streetscape master plan. So that really is what kind of kicked that off. And so we actually began the master planning process in 2018 through an RFQ process. We were able to award Arquitectonica Geo the master planning effort. Arquitectonica is a local firm. They do a lot of great private projects, but this was an opportunity for them and their firm to showcase a public project. So I think it was a very exciting moment for them as well. And I do know that Michelle Cintron is on the call tonight, so she is available for any questions or comments you may have specific to the master plan. Through 2018, there was a significant amount of public outreach that was involved. We had 3 full-blown outreach meetings that were part of the process. We had, not only members from the development community, but we had members that, lived in Wynwood, new residents that were living in Wynwood. We had residents that were, older residents that were familiar with Wynwood, but also we had residents from outside of Wynwood. We had residents from Midtown. We had residents from Wynwood Norte, Overtown, Allapattah. So, I mean, it was a really great holistic effort of input for this area in the future master planning effort. So in 2018 and 2019, the design work began, taking in public comments, public feedback, and really working out a great design for the neighborhood. And then through the 2018, all the way up to as recent as August 26th of 2020, of course, the Business Improvement District was very much involved and very instrumental in this process as a whole. Helping secure important stakeholders to be engaged in this process. Making sure that the right, business leaders were there throughout the entire process. So it was a great effort on all fronts. So we're appreciative of that. And I will also acknowledge that the interagency coordination with the city's departments, Public Works, Office of Capital Improvements, our fire department. Obviously, the commission districts were very much involved, as well as our county agencies. Transportation was also heavily part of this effort. So overall, just a great experience through this engagement. So kind of taking a look at the master plan itself, this is the Wynwood neighborhood as we know it, the NRD1. This is roughly a 200-acre area that is comprised of from Northwest 29th Street to the north, down to Northwest 20th Street to the south, the FEC line to the east, and then I-95 to the west. So it's a pretty substantial area. So the three common goals for the master plan was looking at social connectivity, improving mobility and safety, and then of course resiliency. So looking at connectivity and social connectivity for the neighborhood, one of the themes that Arquitectonica Geo came up with was Wynwood Walks. And I think this is a great illustration that shows all the different components to having a successful, I guess, connective environment with a lot going on. So, we start off with, the Wohnhofs that were, originally contemplated to be these unique new civic spaces and how those kind of plug into the area. And then, you start to look at, the bicycle networks that are identified, and then, how those bicycle networks can actually evolve to best serve this area. Looking at how edge parks can provide opportunities for new open space along the FEC, as well as Northwest 6th Ave. And then there's even a wellness loop for those that want to get that mile and a half in jog or run. That's identified as well. So there's these really great features of connectivity throughout. But there's two, I think, most important takeaways from this is one, these are intended to connect to the neighborhoods to the north, connect to the neighborhoods to the south, the east, and west. This is not just starting and stopping in Wynwood, and we're starting to see that with some future planning activities happening. But in the second item is the future opportunity for transit in this neighborhood. And I think, maybe later tonight, the bid may highlight that briefly, that Northwest 29th Street is slated for a future transit station. So this is all really tying well together. So talking a little bit about the safety and mobility aspects of the plan. Of course, we've all been in Wynwood and we've seen the high level of pedestrian traffic throughout there. But I think one of the things today that's lacking is adequate crosswalks. So, crossings have been identified throughout this plan, and there's been an increase, significant increase of appropriate crosswalks throughout the district, but also mid-block crossings. Wynwood is kind of made up of these longer blocks, and so those mid-block crossings are essential as well. Widened sidewalks. We actually have 7 streets throughout the districts that are proposed to completely be redesigned and expand the sidewalk geometry. So what does that mean? Well, we're gaining sidewalk space through various road diet programs, but as well also with our Wohnhofs. Our Wohnhofs are looking at an opportunity to really gain a tremendous amount of sidewalk space for pedestrians. another aspect of the design is how the verge is being created as kind of like this resilient elements of utilizing important specialized materials such as impervious asphalt, as well as rubberized mulch, to allow for the appropriate percolation to feed the landscape, to feed that tree environment with a continuous soil bed, so allows for those roots to grow and expand to be a tremendous asset and a long-term asset. So that's an important factor, but also allowing for that sidewalk space to be optimized. Dedicated bike lanes as well as cycle tracks. You see in this image here, this is actually an image of the proposed image of Northwest 5th Ave, which today has a landscape median, but doesn't have some of these other great features. But in this plan, we're working on creating a protected a cycle track. So it's its own bike lane. Cars cannot go in it. And so that's something really exciting, as well as Northwest 29th Street. That will have it as well. But we do have a significant bike lane network throughout the neighborhood. And then wider corner conditions. So this was an important element that we had worked on with the county, with the city public works, on ways that we can really maximize the corner of the neighborhood. And these are the areas where pedestrians are standing, waiting for the light to change, waiting to cross. I think if you go along 2nd Ave, this is really telling. I mean, people are literally falling off the sidewalk because they just don't have the room to kind of hang out or to wait and cross. So expanding these corner conditions was really critical in improving safety for the area. And we couldn't not talk about this plan without talking about the resiliency aspects. This image here is really telling. This is North Miami Ave a few years ago after a significant rain bomb, as they call them, where we get just pummeled with rain. And our streets end up like this. And we know this doesn't just happen in Wynwood. It happens, unfortunately, frequently throughout the city. But this plan really starts to address how a street can actually accommodate flooding from a natural perspective. And so, we look at flooding and what ways that we can mitigate that. Other storm events, significant storm events, whether it's wind or rain, how our street can be designed to really withstand those. And then I think we've all experienced the third one, which is urban heat island impact. I mean, this summer, not only in Miami but throughout the country, has been one of the hottest it's ever been. And one of the easiest ways to mitigate this is to improve our tree canopy throughout the city. And of course, our streets lend itself for doing that most appropriately. But also the trees not only provide the shade, but they also provide evaporative moisture, and that helps cools. And so it's a whole system. I think this is kind of an interesting diagram, looking at the existing condition, which this is Northwest 3rd Ave in Wynwood. I mean, this is a very hard street design. I mean, obviously this was designed around with the industrial fabric in mind, but it shows you, what our, I guess, original kind of engineering mindset was going after. And then you look at the image on the right-hand side, and this is what this area could have been 300 years ago, a critical part of the Everglade ecosystem. And so with, not only with Wynwood, but other future streetscape master plans, looking at how our streetscapes can be a better natural resource in ways of mitigating climate impact. And so looking at, rethinking roadways for green infrastructure, and looking at natural solutions for that. So we think that this plan really helps address that issue. So going through the actual design guidelines themselves, I'm not going to go through the entire document. It's 4 volumes. So, but I do want to highlight some of the important aspects. So volume 1 is broken up, and this is actually the kind of the meat of the design guidelines, or of the master plan. So the image that you see is obviously the map of Wynwood, and each of those dots represent a street section in the master plan. So as development comes in, they're able to identify with a street section, and then each of those street sections have various aspects of design elements. So, the hardscape treatment, the landscape treatment, areas for artistic opportunities, as well as lighting and street furniture for each different street section. And so that's what this identifies. So this is just an example of a street section. Section 1A is one of the more typical sections in the neighborhood. This is a existing 50-foot right of way, but you begin to see on the image on the right where we really get into the details of how these need to be designed appropriately to make sure that the master plan comes to fruition. So those details really come through. This really is helpful, extremely helpful for the development community, the builders, the designers, landscape architects to have this, to know exactly what we want in this neighborhood. Our landscape palette, it's very specific. Under Miami 21, we get caught a lot of times with just placing a live oak in the right of way to meet tree requirements, but that doesn't really create biodiversity. It doesn't really create a character for a neighborhood. So our palette essentially was designed obviously with it's Florida friendly, but it also allows for a variety of different specimens to be planted throughout the district. So we're really excited to kind of see that come to light. And then there's a detail of the bioswale. So there is opportunities throughout the district to accommodate these kind of green infrastructure opportunities with these improvements of bioswales throughout. So I'm going to run quickly through some of the images of what's to be expected for these once this master plan is built out. So this is North Miami Ave. This image shows you the existing condition of North Miami Ave, not flooded as the last image showed. But I think, all of us have been down the street and see kind of the condition that it can be or what it is. And so this is what we really feel that it should be. And this is what the master plan prescribes for this area. Now, it's important to note that this is a county right of way. And so, the city's, flexibility with this street is limited. But as long as we don't modify the geography of the roadway, we are not moving curb lines or anything like that, we can really do a lot within the existing condition. And so you can see that this is really a dramatic improvement for North Miami Ave space. So Wonurf, I think we spoke about that. So it is actually pronounced Wonurf. That's the Dutch term. And so we have 3 planned in this neighborhood. This is the Northwest First Ave Wonurf. This is the existing condition. And this is illustrating what is envisioned for the Wonurf. And you can see that it's really this plaza space that it's become, even though it still allows for vehicular traffic to move through it. But how the road is designed will allow for vehicles to slow down, be more cautious. It'll also allow for pedestrian and bicycles to interact in this space. But also there's an opportunity for these streets to be closed off for festivals and those type of activities. And I think it's an important aspect to bring up, and I think it was kind of hinted on. And one thing that we haven't talked specifically about resiliency, but with COVID, and the COVID pandemic really kind of opened our eyes to the need of open spaces and successful open spaces throughout our cities. Not only our parks, but also how our roadways are designed, how our sidewalks are designed. And so this is also just another great opportunity to kind of look at addressing those issues with the current pandemic that we're in, and creating really great civic spaces. So I'll move on. Northwest 3rd Ave. This was a part of the master plan, but on a kind of a separate design trail. This was currently we're at 100% schematic design for this street. We contracted with a local office, a landscape architecture firm out of New York, and they have been working on the design specifically for this right-of-way. Something that we're really excited about. They've done a great job in getting the community buy-in for this project, and looking at something that can really be an enhancement for this district on a lot of different levels. So just to kind of walk you through, again, this is intended to be another one-earth. You can see the red line, which indicates how the roadway kind of changes. So it's forcing drivers to be aware, to slow down as it moves through the street. This is converting a two-way into a one-way. And so it's changing the geometry of the roadway, but it lends itself much more for a plaza space. This is a curbless street, so there are no curbs. It's all one surface, but there are mechanisms designed, various bollards and other landscape features, so that vehicles cannot veer off. But it really starts to open up for new pedestrian opportunities, seating areas. There's actually at Northwest 29th Street. At Northwest 29th Street and 3rd Ave, there's an opportunity for a significant art installation, gateway feature, as well as I mentioned the landscape components. But if I had time to go into the details of this, I think this board would be really impressed about what this will bring to the city of Miami. So it's something that we're really excited about, and this rendering kind of shows a little bit about how this space will be interacting. Again, we have another one-earth, Northwest First Place. This is the third one-earth. This will connect the community to the south, Overtown to Wynwood. So this has been another great gateway opportunity. So this is looking at this particular design kind of looks at ways of utilizing the existing street fabric as kind of like this unique palette, while bringing in some unique landscape features of these the pines that were somewhat lost of this area. They're one time prevalent, but now have been lost, and so we're looking at ways of reintroducing those landscape features, but also taking, like you see, there's the power pole that's looking to repurpose. So it's kind of a unique opportunity to showcase the industrial history of the area. Northwest 5th Ave, we went through that briefly, but again, this is the existing condition of that street. And this is what we're anticipating it becoming in the future, hopefully. And that concludes the Streetscape Master Plan portion of the presentation. Is there any questions?
Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I got a question. on the on all these streetscape, is there so there's no more street parking on any of these main avenues?
No. So the only areas that we've eliminated, or I shouldn't say eliminated, we've reconfigured parking is on the one-ers. Those were areas that we had to reconfigure how the parking was set up. We've been coordinating with the MPA on that. I mean, we've coordinated that with them early on, but we're continuing to work with the MPA on, obviously parking issues for Wynwood. That is something that Wynwood is continuing to working with. But the one-offs are really the only streets that have any spaces potentially eliminated, but it's really more of a reconfiguration. All the other streets will have parking as it exists today.
What about the public parking? Because I mean, for what you're talking about, you're looking at a lot of obviously, pedestrian, not just the people living there, but the people that'll be coming there to the area, and where the public's going to park. I mean, it's already a problem now. And years ago, how Miami Beach was one of the massive problems with the parking, until they finally put some public parking garages in there. Is there any consideration that they're going to put public parking there?
So we do. So Wynwood, the NRD, does have a parking program, and it has a parking trust fund. So development is kind of building that fund. Also, the private development community has already built one garage, one being the Goldman Garage. That is a public parking garage. There are, I believe, 2 other garages, public parking garages that are slated. But the parking trust fund is also helping to achieve future parking opportunities for the district as well.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, thank you. Kind of similar to my question on the previous item, I thought it was incredible streetscape design and very innovative. The concern I have is how realistic it is. When I walk through Wynwood on a majority of the streets, I think with the exception of Northwest Fifth Avenue, the streets are very narrow. You barely have room for 2 lanes, a very narrow sidewalk. Is this all based on the existing right-of-way, or are you contemplating having to acquire additional right-of-way to make this a reality?
So, great question. So there are some streets that we are acquiring additional sidewalk area through, road diets and those type of things. I think Northwest 29th Street is a good example.
What is
where that?
What is that? What is that?
Northwest 29th Street.
No, what is a road diet?
Oh, road diet. So that's looking at, if you today you've got a 4-lane roadway, that road is now converted down to possibly a 2-lane road. But there's bicycle infrastructure that's in place. There's wider sidewalks. So it's looking at, more of the complete street kind of program where it's identifying improvements for all modes of transportation.
Okay.
So that's one example. Some of the streets are not, we're not gaining additional right-of-way for these sidewalk areas. One of the, I think, unique things, characteristic elements of Wynwood is the narrowness of the streets. And that's something that kind of went into the design of this project. We understand that we have kind of like those tight conditions, but even with those tight conditions, there was opportunity to make enhancements, right? Whether it's landscape opportunities or, furniture, lighting, to enhance that experience overall.
Okay. Who is paying for the streetscape improvements?
Man, another great question. And that's something I'm going to get into a little bit in the next iteration of the presentation with the NRD amendments. But this is an opportunity that today, private development community, if these were adopted, are required to build to these standards, right? That's I think the great thing about this is that it's a higher standard that development community has to build to. But I think the important thing also is to also understand is that with a master plan, not only for Wynwood, but for other parts of the city, that kind of opens up new buckets of money from the state, from the county, from the city, as well as grant opportunities to fulfill these master plan visions, right? So you can go and apply for grants. You can go and ask for the state to fund certain segments because you have a design identified. So yes, the private development community is going to be a strong, support in funding these improvements, but again, we're looking at a lot of other opportunities out there with grants across the board, as well as impact fees and various sources. So it's going to be a holistic effort.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ziegler. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Ziegler.
Yeah. Only question, I don't really have a problem with what is proposed here, but I do have an issue as far as with these, this is a matter of respect, Mr. Chairman, and as far as the board and yourself, as far as having these last minute things done. I'm not saying this, Mr. Snow, that's what you did, but we got 22 pages we got to sit here and read over. Actually 42 with the other two things to sit here and make a decision on in a minute. The devil is always in the details, and that's the little things I like to look over personally myself. While I got you here, I just had one question, Mr. Snow. It says, it's on page 2, it says, whereas the Wynwood Business District and blah, blah, blah. It said, whereas the PBA board conducted public hearings on this proposed text amendment. And where it's considered that the proposed amendment will further goals, objectives, blah, 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 blah. Is that the PBA board or was that the bid board that this proposed to been saying?
So we've had public meetings with the Wynwood community. So the bid has had several bid board meetings on the Streetscape Master Plan, but also the proposed amendments tonight. And then, of course, there was a significant amount of community outreach done specifically for the master plan itself.
Right, but this says, whereas the PBA board that we did this, we conducted public hearing.
This is in the whereas? That might be a typo.
In the whereas, that we did this. I mean, that's on the second. That's page 2. I'm just reading this little cursory reading here. I'm just, it's not a big deal, but I'm just saying it. It's what it says. I mean, did you do this? I mean, that's.
So if I may, Mr. Ziegler, that whereas clause is referring to this current public hearing that's occurring right now. So what you're reading is the proposed resolution that this board would issue. That public hearing you're referencing right now is this public hearing.
Okay. I mean, I said my piece about it. Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. David, this is really a nice plan. I have 2 comments. The first is, the streets are very narrow, to echo what Mr. Collins was saying. And maybe you may need to look at more one-way streets to accommodate the movement of traffic. And as you know, traffic is gridlock in Wynwood, and that hopefully is never going to change. We want that volume of people down there. And my second comment was, love all of the trees, but I hope that in our excitement to improve Wynwood with resiliency and trees, and that we don't lose the edge of what makes Wynwood so unique. I mean, why do people go to Wynwood? It's not because it looks like the design district. It looks because it is edgy. It's Wynwood. So while we are going to soften it and put trees, let's not lose, and I'm sure the bid would be very sensitive to that, lose touch with the fact that it is supposed to be edgy. It's Wynwood. And if the chair does not mind, I would like to ask Mr. Ziegler to comment, not Mr. Ziegler, excuse me, Mr. Gersten to comment on this because he is in Wynwood all the time as a business owner in Wynwood. I'd love to hear your opinion of this project.
If I could just to answer one of the questions about the trees. Sorry. That's an important detail of the design master plan. So 100%, you know, the character of the neighborhood, the art on the walls, the industrial fabric was critical in designing this plan. And so what we've allowed is the flexibility of tree plantings. You know, right now, Miami 21, it's one every 30 feet. But this allows for potentially clustering of trees in certain areas, but then also widened spaces to kind of frame some of the artwork around the district. So that flexibility is in the guidelines, but thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Adam?
No, I always tell people that when I decided to open my place in Wynwood, a lot of it had to do with a checklist of things, and one of them had to do with having outdoor space. And it's obvious that it's obvious that that's still just a huge part of walking around Wynwood and other neighborhoods too in Miami. And I think also that Wynwood sort of, as I've, you know, been sort of this outside observer, I'm just a tenant, but sort of in it, you know, seeing the push towards even just the NRD itself as being this interesting sort of new, whatever zoning framework, watching it now turn towards like streetscape, green space. And I think having this, I don't think there could be enough streetscape, you know, green space, streetscape, bike paths, safe bike paths, pedestrian stuff, shade. Like someone brought up, you know, the planting of the oaks to satisfy a tree requirement. I mean, it's a sad thing to watch an oak grow unless you're going to live to be like, you know, 150 years old, which, you know, so, so, you know, I think that I guess where I'm going with it too is planting this level of experimentation and forward sort of pushing / using best practices from other places in an aggressive, exciting way in the center of the city, you know, between the two bridges, the place that people get to see, I think like serves as also this sort of jumping off point for the rest of the city to look at as a model. So I think, you know, who knows how long people will come to Wynwood just to look at paintings on walls. That may evolve as well. But what we can guarantee is that it's just going to get hotter and hotter, and we're going to have to deal with, you know, daytime flooding more and more. And that's something we can't turn that off. But I think, you know, the folks that have spent all this time, I guess, thinking about this stuff, you know, I've taken all that into consideration in the right way. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'll be a tenant past the next, you know, till my lease expires in a year or two. So, but just as a resident and someone who, like, I like the proximity of that general area in Edgewater to, you know, it's the middle of town basically, right? I just think it makes sense to put all that effort there. And it's, you know, there are some really wide streets. I think that's another interesting thing. And I think it's something about parts of Allapattah that have, because no matter how you feel about gentrification, the one thing that's fairly consistent across everyone's point of view is how do we lower ambient temperatures, you know, on these in the concrete. And so obviously, like, there's the rooftop stuff, but I think like this kind of streetscape is going to I think it could actually have make a difference, you know, in terms of that. So I don't know. Long answer, short question. Sorry.
Mr. Mann?
Mr. Snow, I think it's a beautiful job your office has done. The only thing I'm curious about, and it's probably not a topic for this meeting, is the cost. I know you touched on that. Are we going to be looking at those issues in the future or not? Because I know here in Silver Bluff, a speed bump costs $10,000, and a calming circle costs $120,000. So we're talking millions and millions of dollars being poured into Wynwood. And you've indicated that would probably come from many different sources, and possibly primarily from developers. So I think I think it's a great plan, but I think it's going to be an incredibly expensive plan, and developers are probably going to try and find creative ways to wriggle out of their end of the responsibility. And so where's, you know, who comes up with the final buck? Is that something we'll be discussing in the future, or is that not a topic for this board at all?
So specific funding mechanisms, I don't know if this board will see specifically for projects in the area, but what I will say is the next item is the funding mechanism that kind of locks developers in to being responsible to pay their fair share of these improvements. And I'll get into a little bit more of that in that discussion. But yeah, and listen, I think it's something that we've had to really think about through this entire process, right? Listen, it's great to have these beautiful streets, but how are you going to pay for them, right? How are you going to maintain them?
The impact fees are a wonderful idea, but we all know that the city has for 20 years now, impact fees have supposed to have translated into infrastructure improvements and this sort of thing, and somehow they don't. Impact fees seem to end up in other accounts. I don't know, but anyway, I think it's a beautiful plan, and I'm for it. I'm just curious about the financing. That's all.
Yep. Well, again, with a plan, with a vision, I think funding becomes more prevalent.
Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Mann stole a lot of what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mann. And Adam also brought up the issue of gentrification. I was building affordable houses in Wynwood back in like 2000. And of course, then the people from the beach, where everything got too pricey on the beach, decided to move into Wynwood, which was largely a Puerto Rican, very low to moderate income enclave back then, with a lot of abandoned warehouses and stuff. So I applaud this plan, and I think it's terrific as a vision for Wynwood. I'm just a little concerned that it will suck public money from other areas. Little Haiti especially comes to mind, who's been before us many times. They've never had any help from the city to do anything like this. So I guess in reality, I'm saying if the private development wanted to pay for everything and anything in Wynwood, I would 100% support it. I share Mr. Mann's skepticism that they're going to find a way to wiggle out of it. And I am very concerned. Just one other historical note, you said this is the first comprehensive plan that's been done anywhere in the city. No, in 2002, there was a 2-week-long charrette in West Coconut Grove about what they wanted to see in Village West, including a streetscape revival of Grand Avenue. And that got, well, everybody's been down Grand Avenue. You can see what's happened 18 years later, absolutely nothing. And that's why some of the residents there are so disgusted. And there was some attention to details that got overlooked, like nobody ever consulted FP&L to bury when they did do a minor renovation to Grand Avenue, to bury the FP&L lines. And so we're still burdened with those up and down Grand Avenue. So I guess for another day, or maybe for later on in this meeting, I am concerned that the attention that now is going to this glitzy place known as Woodwind, which needed help, will just suck all the air out of the room. There's so many needs in the city, especially, again, infrastructure repair. When did we last see a repair to any of our sewers? In the last 70 years. And we know what's happening in the Bay because of that. So I know, Mr. Snow, you don't have a magic wand. If you did, we'd see a much different Miami. But those are some of my concerns.
Mr. Altabe.
Okay. We all mentioned that how narrow the streets and the sidewalks are in Wynwood. And when I see those bike racks and streetscaping and all those trees, of course, you're going to push pedestrians into the street. And now they're going to be sharing the street with cars. I don't know how well that's going to work, but I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Now, in those pictures, they look great, but I tell you, I don't recognize Wynwood anymore. But to me, it gives a great degree of confidence that the Wynwood bid is supporting this, because if they are transforming the character of the neighborhood into this, but they are comfortable with that, well, it gives me a lot of confidence. Now, I think you are in the second part of your presentation. Probably I would like to make some points, some concerns about changes in the privileges that Wynwood property owners are going to be given. But that I'll wait for the second part of your presentation.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and continue.
All right. Okay, so the second half is the specific NRD1 amendments to that framework. So the first being section 2. This is for the lot area maximums. So lot area that is beyond the 40,000 square feet. Essentially, we're establishing a set of criteria for lots that wish to develop that are greater than 40,000 square feet through a warrant process. And so there's the criteria 1, which the ground floor facade improvements need to enhance the character of the neighborhood. Then number 2, the street trees within the verge to be a DBH of 25% above the typical standard required in the master plan. So the master plan already is actually requiring a greater DBH. Right now it's 2, the minimum is a DBH of, I believe, 2 inches. In Miami 21, master plan calls for 4. So this would be an increase of 25%. So essentially you're getting a much larger substantial tree. And then number 3 is incorporating one of the following public benefits into the development. So that there's a potential cross-block passage that is not required by the code. Providing additional open space beyond the required amount. So the minimum of 10% is required. This would require, I believe, an additional 5,000 square feet of open space in the development. A potential transit transfer station
As I mentioned earlier today, there is a future transit station that is being planned for Wynwood. And this would transit transfer station would allow for services needed for those future transit needs. And then the fourth option is a contribution into the Wynwood Public Trust Fund. Now, this is not a direct payout. This is the balance of if you cannot meet one of the first A, B, or C. If there's a difference, then you pay that balance into the Public Benefit Trust Fund. So essentially, this program really allows us to look at these larger developments, work with the developer to ensure that these best fit within the neighborhood today. So that's what this Section 2 lot area maximum is. Section 3, this is an amendment to the existing public benefit program to establish criteria for civic street type right-of-way enhancements. So this is tied directly back to the master plan. And if developers are either one, constructing these street improvements, and they're very specific to these civic streets. So these are the one-offs, 3rd Ave, 1st Ave, and First Place, Northwest 5th Ave, Northwest 29th Street, Northwest 28th Street, and Northwest 27th Terrace. These are identified as very significant civic space improvements through the master plan. So we felt that, if the developers are, paying for these enhancements to come into the neighborhood, that there is a additional development capacity that can be gained from that. And then the other option is if there is a cash contribution for the value of those improvements made directly to the Chapter 54 Right-of-Way Improvement Trust Fund, which is actually coming to an improvement to the city code to create a bank of development contributions for streetscape master plans. The first obviously will be Wynwood. So that development funds can come in, and then the city can use those funds to build out these plans holistically. This is a mechanism that does not exist today, and we've been in coordination with Public Works Office on creating a mechanism that can help us build these plans out holistically, and not a piecemeal approach. Section 3 also modifies the existing cross-block connectivity public benefit program. These are for developments that are establishing cross blocks throughout the neighborhood that are not required to provide them, but provide these and provide wider cross blocks to improve connectivity throughout the neighborhood. Then the third item. So this is a policy that exists today, but we wanted to specify that these are for crosswalk passages further than 250 feet from any thoroughfare intersection, or further than 500 feet from any other paseo or crosswalk pedestrian passage, or aligned with another crosswalk passage. So the alignment is key, so that we have a continuous, pathway throughout the district to receive this public benefit. The Section 3 also introduces a new Wynwood Density Transfer Program. So today in the NRD, there's a TDR program that exists. It's actually been quite successful. Where we're taking development rights from legacy structures and able to transfer it to future developments within the district. This is similar, but a little different. So essentially, we're taking density, unused density in the district, and transferring it to development to utilize that density to a maximum of a 50% increase allowed. So how this essentially works is this: the first is Eligible properties that have unused density may sell to receiving development sites within T5L and T50 and T680 properties up to a 50% increase above the allowable density. And then the option 2 is new residential projects and lodging developments may receive a 50% increase of allowable density specific to one of the 3 programs. So the first being an affordable housing payout. So this is specific, this is similar to the next item that we'll discuss, which is the AMI program for Wynwood. But this is specific to small dwelling units that are 650 square feet or less. A developer can pay out to receive additional development capacity or density of a rate of $20,000 per unit into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for Wynwood. The second option is the parks and open space. So if there is a park that is dedicated, that density from that space can be transitioned to another development. And then the legacy structure use. So if we have a legacy structure that has an active CU, a program space, we're allowing that density to also be transferred to a site. As I mentioned, the Wynwood Attainable Mixed Income Program, this program is similar to Miami 21's program that exists today, but we wanted to bring this criteria into the NRD, specific for Wynwood needs, but also, to make sure that it worked right for Wynwood, to really help improve the mixed income housing throughout the district. So essentially, this does work similar to Miami 21, where you have these mixture of incomes within one development, and density. They can receive a density bonus as a result of that, but needs to be made as affordable and market rate mix. So this is one of the key differences in the Miami 21 program, is that you can have a mixture of affordable and market rate, which the development community was really excited to see this flexibility in this. And then the third item on this slide shows that these can be paid out. At the rate of that's identified below, specific for the various AMI levels. So 35,000 for unit 60 at 60%, 55 for 50%, and 75,000 per unit at 30%. So those are paid out directly into the trust fund in order to receive that bonus. Section 4, standards and tables. The first item being the parking standard. This is actually a standard that exists in the NRD today for units that are less than 640 square feet. They can actually pay out all of their parking into the Wynwood parking program. But there was no criteria of what happens if I'm building more than 40 units. So we wanted to make sure that we identify how that program works for those developments. The bicycle parking exchange program. So this is something that I spoke of earlier in the Miami 21 text amendment. We felt that it was appropriate to bring in the exchange program to the Wynwood neighborhood, specifically for the bicycle network that is being contemplated through the streetscape master plan. So again, encouraging more bicycle mobility throughout the neighborhood and reducing the amount of vehicles throughout the district. And then there are some other general language cleanup, but more specifically the parking exempt cleanup. For projects that are less than 10,000 square feet in size. So this is a standard that exists in Miami 21 today. It was actually contemplated in the NRD, but was never brought over. So we're bringing it over as well through this amendment. Section 5, which is specific to zones T5 and T6. This is a provision specific for parking within the mezzanine area. So the diagram to the right illustrates a section of where parking can encroach into the second layer within the mezzanine. Now, in order for this to be achieved, it has to go through a waiver process, but also needs to make sure that an art treatment is provided along there, which requires the director and recommendation from the Wynwood Design Review Committee to approve that. This also we have criteria specific for liner units. So a liner unit can be placed there as well to screen that parking. So this is something that actually we needed clarity in the code for to allow. Rooftop habitable space, something that is kind of I guess special to Wynwood is its rooftop areas. We're seeing a lot of active rooftops, which is important. But in order for these to be successful spaces, there needs to be a portion of habitable space permitted for those activations to occur successfully. So we brought in the percentage of habitable space to be permitted on those rooftops. And then the third item, the first layer landscape standards. So this is just to align these standards with the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan. So the development is required to build out that first layer in coordination with the Wynwood Streetscape Master Plan. Again, Section 6, landscape requirements, referring to the master plan. This is just a reference item. Section 7, specific to sign standards. Recently, the City Commission approved an ordinance to allow digital kiosks to be placed in the right-of-way at various areas of the city. And Wynwood bid had indicated that, well, this is great way for wayfinding and way to get information to the public. They wanted to have some oversight on where these are being placed. Obviously, with the new Streetscape Master Plan, it's important that these are aligned. So this just allows these to occur with Public Works, as well as recommendation from the Wynwood bid. So the Streetscape Master Plan, this is Section 8, where it is incorporated in the NRD. But more specifically, we mentioned the funding mechanism. How do we ensure that development is actually paying for this and not wiggling their way out? So under the right-of-way improvement contribution, so for development projects exceeding $1 million, which is a lot, it's pretty much everything, or more in total value along the Wynwood thoroughfares, Wynwood NRD corridors, applicants shall provide enhanced right-of-way improvements pursuant to the Streetscape Master Plan Volume 1 design guidelines. So that's the first requirement. And then if improvements cannot be achieved by the development, they are required to provide a cash contributions into the Enhanced Right-of-Way Improvement Trust Fund in the total amount anticipated of the improvements. Which is identified in Volume 2. So each of our street improvements are identified with a cost value of what those are per square foot. So they would be required to make that contribution if they were not going to build it. Then, of course, Section 8.2 is the design guidelines themselves. There's actually 4 volumes. So you have the design guidelines, which is, again, the meat, it's the details of how these are built. Then Volume 2 is more of the data and analysis of the effort, as well as the implementation strategy. And then 3 is design resources. So looking at the various elements of specific design standards Those are all within Volume 3. And then Volume 4 is the schematic design for the First Place and First Ave Warner. And so that completes the presentation on the NRD amendments.
Okay, any board comments, questions? Mr. Altalbe?
Yes. About the concerns on extended privileges to property owners in Wynwood. I understand that lot assemblages will be considered one lot without a replat. And this is kind of concerning since the replatting process usually provides for many right-of-way improvements that would not be done without this new within this new method. So how are you planning on replacing the benefits that replatting brings with this new method of lot assemblages without replatting?
Well, no, the replatting process is still in place. Right now in Miami 21, the process is through an assemblage greater than 40,000 square feet is the process of an exception.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
there's no other criteria though of how those developments should actually evolve that best fit within the neighborhood. So we feel that with this criteria, it provides a little bit more mechanisms to capture and ensure that those developments, even though large in scale, best fit within the neighborhood. But the replat is still, yeah.
When you don't replat, you are obviously missing the benefits of the process of replatting.
Well, again,
it's not for every lot, but for those lots. When you assemble it, when it's permitted to assemble lots without replatting, consider that as one lot without replatting, you're missing the benefits of the replatting process.
So again, I don't want to confuse the issue, but we're not removing the replat process. That's still a process that's in place.
For some assemblages, you are removing the replatting.
No, that would still be required.
Ah, okay. Then developers are now allowed to buy density by contributing to the Wynwood Public Benefit Trust Fund. But the contributions to the Wynwood Public Benefit Trust Fund are referred to as helping affordable housing, but I'm not sure the trust fund is forced to spend in affordable housing.
So they are required a minimum of 30% of their trust fund dollars to be spent on affordable housing in Wynwood.
So they are required.
Yes.
I guess that's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mann.
I have a question about the TDD exchange program. Are any of those benefits transferable outside of Wynwood?
No.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Who keeps track of when there's a transfer or a sale? If say property owner A sells rights to property owner B, how do you record that property A no longer has that density?
So that's a tracking mechanism that our department as well as the zoning office will be working on. You know, we have tracking programs that exist today. You know, such as, you know, DRI programs, those type of things. So we're looking at how, I mean, we will be responsible for tracking that. So we're working on evolving that tracking program.
Okay.
But I will say, I'm sorry, but I will also mention that the properties will be covenanted, that transition was made as well. So that's another mechanism that kind of would show that the density had been transferred.
So that
off
would
of
be
one.
recorded to that property.
Correct.
Okay. Who manages the Public Benefits Trust Fund for Wynwood?
So the Wynwood bid does. Now I do have a question for the chair. If a speaker that's online, either Albert or David wants to speak regarding the bid questions, how do they raise their hand?
If they're responding to a question by a member of the board, they can, take themselves off mute and respond.
Got it. Okay.
Only in response to a question that they're the only ones capable of answering.
Understood. So Mr. Collins, again, the Wynwood bid manages their trust fund.
If someone is with the bid still on the meeting, I would be curious to hear how they look at their resources and allocate their funds, and especially going forward with what's here tonight. If someone's
Maybe
on.
I can speak to the Public Benefit Trust Fund management, since I was very involved with David Snow in drafting that legislation which exists today. So actually, it's not exclusive control by the bid of those funds. The bid.
And you are?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. David Polinsky. I've taken my oath by affidavit and sent it into the city already. And I was one of the co-founders of the Wynwood bid and the former head of its planning and zoning committee. So I've appeared before this esteemed board many times. So if I could just speak to the management and control question, that with your permission, Chris.
Please.
So the Public Benefits Trust Fund is managed by a committee of 5, 2 of whom are appointed by the Wynwood bid itself, 1 by the city manager, 1 by the District 2 commissioner, and 1 by the District 5 commissioner. So it's not exactly correct to say that it's self-managed by the bid. It's managed collaboratively between the bid and the city. Effectively, 35% of the funds in the Public Benefits Trust Fund are, at a minimum, are to be used for affordable housing, and the balance of those funds can only be used essentially for improvements to the right-of-way, strictly within Wynwood. So that's the nature of the allowed uses of the funding within that trust fund. And I think it's accumulated at this point something like $3 million.
Okay. Great. Thank you for the thorough
Thank
break.
you.
Any other questions? I see no hands raised. Any motions? Go ahead, Mr. Gersten. You're on mute.
Am I? Or just quiet?
I hear you.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Collins. Can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Gersten,
Yes.
Mr. Altabe,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez,
No.
Mr. Parrish,
Yes.
Mr. Badillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler,
Yes.
Mr. Mann,
Yes.
Mr. Porosoff,
Yes.
Ms. Torrance,
Yes.
Mr. Garabaglia.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 10-1.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Night. All right, can we move on to the next item?
It's a discussion item, PZAB 1, file ID 7814, Agriculture Legislative Framework.
All right, does the city have any comments? I think there was a lively discussion at our last meeting. we're asked to look at material and formulate some of our own opinions. I was wondering if the city has anything to kickstart this discussion.
Sure. Good evening, Jeremy Karasgauger, Deputy Director for the Planning Department. And I have been working on this. I spoke to some of the practitioners in the city. I have worked to address some of the concerns raised by this board. I have just a couple points to share, which, let me pull that up. But it does take, it is a little bit heavier lift because there's multiple departments involved. And so that's what I've been working on, some of the coordination and working with those folks. Let me share my screen. So this is just the sort of addendum to previous work. And so some of the concerns raised by the board, to go through them, I think there was some concern about regulation for safety of the food. And there's actually, obviously, anything that's very large scale has all of the nation's federal requirements for food and drug and agriculture. But there's also provisions in state law for small scale homegrown ordinance that can be sold directly. So that's the sort of thing you see through farmers markets, and it gets very, very specific. Like you can sell jam, but not chutney. I don't know why, but it does get that specific. And then it was also great to hear some of the folks that addressed the board earlier actually focus on some of the concerns. Because there's a lot of overlap. Soil safety is a concern due to the potential for contaminants in urban settings. So it's great that can be tested. I think that's something that we would probably want to regulate, probably not in the zoning ordinance, but in another section of the code. There was also a concern about pests and vermin, and I did do a little bit of research in what our solid waste regulations are in the city. And I think there's actually sufficient coverage within existing regulations. And then looking into water sources, this is a county regulation, but I think we could be more explicit in allowing rainwater collection. It is technically allowed already, but it's a little bit of a convoluted process to make it happen. And then I also looked into what our current regulations are for pollution. And again, we have pretty strong regulations on the books, and those things might need to be slightly adjusted in order to focus on the urban ag. Probably the biggest question though remains the Florida Building Code compliance, because there's currently outlets and for bona fide agricultural uses that there's a lot of laws on the books in state law to protect agricultural land. And that's actually one of the things I'm currently doing is I have a legal services request with the city attorney's office to help review how this is going to comply with and not have our local regulations undermined by some of those state rules. So here you can see on the screen some of the overlap with other city code.
Jeremy,
where
you're not sharing anything at this point.
Oh, I don't know what happened then. Yeah, it's mostly words right now anyway. Okay, yeah, it's actually just text. So the bottom line is there's going to need to be, the zoning regulations tell us what and where we can do things, but not necessarily how. And so anything where we're getting specific into, like, for instance, if one of the solutions is this should only be for organics or no liquid applied fertilizers or something that's along that kind of detail, the zoning text won't be where that should be located. That should be elsewhere. And so I do have a lot of questions about cross references with Florida statute. And so that's why it's going to take a little bit of research and a little bit of work with the city attorney to make sure we're okay there and we're not undermining local regs. I also did speak to I spoke specifically and had good long conversations with two of the local practitioners. And currently their main concerns were that there seemed to be a barrier to getting a certificate of use. I am tracking down this or troubleshooting this problem, I suppose, is a good, I checked with zoning, and they seem to think that there's not necessarily a prohibition against issuing a CU when you don't have a building. And the same with code compliance. They said, we're not it doesn't have to have a building to get a CU. And so the next, I think I'm going to try and coordinate that with the building department and see, because people have been having an issue. And so I'm still in the troubleshooting process for that. Regarding water regulations, we might want to have a separate discussion with the water and sewer department for the same thing, to figure out if there's a way to get a water connection when there's no building. I'm sure there's a way, like we have parks that have water connections. It's just very unusual for private applications. So that's the kind of troubleshooting we're doing. And then I think what's the overall theme is that there's a lot of confusion about the layers of regulation and who to talk to. And so one of the things that I think, in order to make this work really well, is that we're just going to need to publish some guidelines. And that's what I've seen in the research when we looked at Pinellas County in particular, where St. Petersburg has a very robust urban agriculture program. Orlando has the same. And again, then the last concern comes back to the buildings and Florida building code. So what do you do with a hoop house? What do you do with a more temporary type building, where we still want to make sure it's not blowing into its neighbors, where agricultural buildings and homestead and on sort of what's considered bona fide agricultural land, they don't have to abide by Florida building code. So that's the summary. So I would say we are on track, but there's a lot of questions and procedures that we need to work through before we, I could come with a zoning text amendment pretty quickly. I think that language, I've actually already distributed that around internally, but it's going to be really meaningless, and without some additional regulation sort of traveling with it, would very likely get shot down at City Commission, I think, because of the concerns raised that are really valid about all of the implications about how these things are enacted. And that is my summary for now.
Okay, any feedback from board members on this discussion item? Mr. Ziegler?
I only say one thing, Jeremy, as far as, especially with the tax base, once you put agriculture on there, the tax base completely changes. It's already set in state law. So I'd probably say something like, you got to say like T-Ag or 4-Ag, wherever it happens to be, could create a complete different classification, so it's not classified as agriculture. Otherwise, the taxes complain completely. And so you'll have a situation like Miami Lakes, where they just have one couple of cows on these valuable land at the shopping centers. You know what I mean? So you make sure that'd be one thing you're sure to avoid. Just make it T whatever, TA or whatever, some other different kind of classification, but not agriculture, but available for agricultural use.
Yeah, and that's really the key, is that this is an available use, but it doesn't suddenly become full on agricultural zone designated land. And I don't know that it's a state legal question, honestly.
No.
Hey, Mr. Gersten, did you have something?
It was just interesting to hear sort of how the layers underneath, like you were saying, the zoning part was easy, but that now, building all the supporting layers with all the different pieces. What sort of it doesn't sound like there's any major roadblocky stuff. What's sort of the path forward for you as far as like what do we just wait for your piecing these things together? I mean, this is pretty fast, so it seems like, you know.
I would say the biggest hurdle and the real outstanding question on that I don't feel like I have expertise to really answer is that interaction with state law. And so I did request sort of formal help from the city attorney. I don't think it's been assigned yet. So I don't know if Amber, maybe it's going to be Amber, maybe it's going to be somebody else in the city attorney's office. And so I think I wouldn't want to bring anything back until we have that question resolved. And then just for information, I also did reach out to the planning department in Pinellas County because I'm sure they had similar questions come up. And I don't know if they handled it through only making these temporary, or I'm not sure what their workaround was, or if it would necessarily work here. So that is far and away the biggest question that needs to be addressed. Some of the other things that are relatively minor, I think I can work through while that's being addressed. Like I just need to have a little bit of a powwow with code compliance, zoning, and building to see how these guys can get their CUs.
Yeah, the only other thing that I heard, but I don't think it really will turn into something that you mentioned, you know, that idea that you could get a CU or BTR or whatever with no actual structure or no, you know, I know we had talked about at the first time we talked about this, you know, these ideas of breakaway structures and things that can move, and if you just have like rain collection things like that you throw on the back of a trailer and drive away. Would you see an issue, or do you think there's some sort of anticipation that, you know, county says, okay, we don't want you doing anything there unless you bring water. Like if someone says I could run this entire operation with solar, you know, back to that example, I can run an entire operation with solar and rainwater collection. Do you see an issue where the county says, well, let's just use this as an opportunity. We don't want city issuing a certificate of use without forcing them to bring water down the street if it didn't already exist, like sort of how we deal with now. You know, I want to open a cafe or a coffee shop, and they're like, oh, you need to increase the size of the water main and bring it down the street, you know, that sort of thing. Do you anticipate that being an issue, or do you think that's a little bit that won't be an issue?
I think it could be an issue. I absolutely think it could be an issue. Now, if you do show that, hey, we're going to make this work with rainwater collection, I don't think the county would take issue with that. There's also there's always the possibility of installing a well on site, particularly for non-potable water. But you know, that's a separate conversation I would need to have with the county to see if there's a way to help navigate. And again, this would be, it's not that we don't control those regulations, that's from the county, but if we can offer some guidance and sort of cue them up as well and say, look, this is something we have in the pipeline, so it doesn't take them by surprise. It'll be helpful.
And finally, do you see the possibility, also something from the first discussion, the range of like a spectrum of expansion of this use scaled across every transect? I think it would be worth looking into if we can get
that's where those other regulations would really come into play, right? Like we would need, it's one thing when we're just an industrial, and we can say, oh yeah, the zone, our current regulations for dust and noise are probably fine. But if we're going to have this, particularly where it would be fantastic is to use vacant land. And not just vacant, but like, empty lots, city-owned lots, that in all of those cases, they would need to be temporary uses, but not necessarily need a temporary use permit, which is a challenge. It would be great to just have these permitted and say, okay, you're gonna, from the city, you can't get a forever lease because most of those a lot of that empty land is designated for affordable housing, for instance. But it takes years in the pipeline to move projects. So that would be a really good use to get them on the vacant land, and that land is throughout many different transects.
Go to Mr. Parrish, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Ziegler.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Adam. And also Aaron's idea about a separate taxing category for these lands. What I was kind of envisioning is one of the examples would be, assume an apartment building, a small apartment building in T4 that's got vacant lots next door that are owned by a separate owner. And the people in the apartment building, they say, oh, we'd like to grow our vegetables next door. And they go to the owner next to the vacant lot owner and say, will you rent us your land since it's just lying fallow and you're just paying taxes on it? And we can offer you this tax break through this new TA zoning category. So your taxes will go down if you'll let us use it. And what about the water and the power? Well, we've convinced the apartment owner to let us put in a sub-meter so we can get the water and the electricity from this apartment building as part of the sub-meter, and we're going to pay the apartment building owner for the electricity. I think that's the kind of creativity that the people who have been speaking to us from especially the really urban areas that's what they envision. They don't envision anything more grand than maybe getting 5,000 or 10,000 square feet next door and doing a vegetable garden and finagling a way to get the water and sewer to it. I think that's where a lot of these small entrepreneurs are going. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to hear your comments on that.
Well, I think in that case, we definitely don't want specialty zoning because we would have to rezone the lot.
No, it'd be a temporary use. The temporary use would as long as you have the temporary use, you get the TA zoning taxing category. And then as soon as the farming goes away, then the taxing category goes away. You wouldn't have to do a zoning change. So
yeah,
you'd have a vacant T4 lot next to an apartment building, and you allow the use on the vacant lot with the shared services from the apartment building. I mean, that's just one example. I'm sure each one of us could come up with another one.
Yeah, I mean, the trick there is that property taxes are handled through the county. So again, it's something.
Well, maybe they have to pay the full freight then for whatever the land is as part of the farming. But again, the idea of sharing the utilities from an adjoining structure.
From a strictly zoning standpoint, community gardens are allowed. They've been allowed throughout the history of Miami 21. They were an incorporated public space category. So in that respect, Miami was pretty far ahead of the curve. That's a 10-year-old ordinance now, and it incorporated community gardens. And so even on there's been recent state rules about single family. And again, you've always been able to have, there's no requirements for a lawn or anything like that in our zoning ordinance. You've always been able to grow vegetables, whether it's in your T3 single family or a T4, T5, T6. It's actually it's an explicitly allowed civic space type. so there's not necessarily a zoning hurdle. And then most of those other things, it becomes a zoning hurdle once you're trying to turn it into a business.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say, Jeremy, in regards to that water, you might try that with the county, do like a floating meter, which is what they do in new construction. Allow the floating meter, and the person can bring it every day, or they can bury it in the ground, and the county comes and reads it every month. That would be an easy step around getting water there if the county sort of resists putting something permanent on a vacant lot. I mean, that's just a county policy. They can change it at any time. But the floating meter works.
Right.
That's what new construction does.
I don't know what their policies are on pumps either. I know they're used for irrigation all the time. And so maybe they're okay with them for agricultural irrigation as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can apply for the floating meter for, you got a floating meter, you basically carry it with you. You can get that anytime. So that might be just an avenue, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, folks. So Jeremy, it sounds like you have some work to do, and you'll come back to us.
But I've been diligent on this.
Okay. All right. Any further business? Motion to adjourn. Motion made by the chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.